See if anybody comes in. I don't know if Jody's still alive or if anybody else went live. Alrighty. Change my batteries out of my headset because these things are gonna go dead in a matter of a minute. Alright. Get my headset back, please. Says I got two people in the house. Welcome in, everybody. We doing the same thing, a little bit different. Dale, what's going on? I don't know if y'all seen that. What was part of that thumbnail was about a 12-inch bullhead. Since I am in my flathead hole. Now he didn't survive the walk down, so he wound up getting a big chunk of him cut out. But I got about a pound chunk, cause he's about a pound and a half, 2 pounds. I cut off his head and the skin of his tail. That's it. The rest of him's out there, the whole body, bleeding everywhere. Of course, I got a bunch of fresh bluegill this time, so I shouldn't run out of bait. So we're gonna start it off the same way we've been doing, hopefully. Now I was hoping on getting out here about 2 hours earlier tonight, 3 hours earlier tonight, like always. But there again, my wife was supposed to come home again tonight, and I guess she passed out because she'd been up for a day and a half, and she'd been fighting with my sister-in-law, who don't want to leave. She don't like leaving once she gets settled in someplace. She don't want to leave it, and she keeps on telling them she ain't leaving, she ain't leaving, she ain't leaving. So she's been fighting with that for the last couple of days, and she's been up. She's been up for a day and a half, 2 days fighting with that, and I tried to call her about 9 o'clock. I said, I guess you're not coming home tonight because the person that's going to bring her home won't come out after like 10 o'clock. I said, and he lives all the way out and he's an hour drive away. I said, well, I guess y'all ain't coming home again tonight. So I guess I'm grabbing my gear and I'm running to the river. And I'm doing all this again on 1 hour sleep, y'all. 1 hour sleep. I ain't slept and I've been up for almost 2 days. I've had an hour nap because I got lightheaded and dizzy and passed out for an hour on the couch, sitting up. Well, really? Now he's right up in here close. I know you heard that splash. He's a little closer than what I think I am because he's probably 5 foot from the bank. For anybody that was in my live, the last two lives, I found out while we was nailing them. I mean, like I said, 3 fish here on at the river a night is a good night at the Ohio River, and I figured out while we was catching them. Oh, 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 oh! Something pecking at it. I was watching the current scene, and I was hitting right at the edge of the current scene when I was casting out about 50 yards or 50 feet. I was right there on that current scene, and I was watching. As soon as the sun come up, there was a massive, about 25, 30 pound blue, doing circles real slow right here in front of us. I'm talking less than 10 foot in front of us. I'm gonna put out a video of that because I was casting out and hooked into 3 or 4 of them. I had 9 bites in 20 minutes, and I'm not talking nibbles. I'm talking full takedowns. I missed 2 hookups, and I hooked up on one, and I landed him. But what was happening is you could watch them come out and splash. They was coming out of that current scene and coming into this calmer water. You could watch them do it. So that's why we was catching them all at that close where we was at, because they was coming out of that current scene. Now the only issue I've got tonight, I'm in the same spot I was the last time I come out here, same heights and everything. The only difference is the water did go down about a foot, if that. But now the bank to get down is so muddy and slick, I don't know how I'm going to get down there to get a fish. I may have to slide down on my butt to do it, but I'm prepared to do whatever it takes. If it's a small fish, you know, a dink or something else, I'll just drag them if we even get any, because I don't know how it's going to be today. But I'll just drag them on up here if it's a dink, because it's all soft sand and mud. You can see where somebody's had used their fingers because they've got down there by the edge of the water and had to try to fight to get back up and claw themselves back up. So, you know, worst case scenarios, I'll try to drag them up a little bit on the bank and then put them in the net. If not, if they're too big, I'll slide on down in my butt. I don't care. Jeremy went live now. Wanda, how's it going? I wish he would have told me he was going to go live in Jody's tournament. I mean, Jody's stream. I probably wouldn't have went live. I would have just went ahead and did a video or something. But this works too, because I can always cut it up. JP3, how's it going? Oklahoma's watching. All right. Yeah, JP, I'm going to cut up. I don't know if you was in here a few minutes ago, but I'm going to cut up all them videos and make short, like, what would you call it? Highlight videos. So I'll warn everybody ahead of time when I put them videos out there. They're highlight videos. I'm gonna do that for the people that didn't get to come in the lives and that don't have 7 hours to spend watching a live to look for fish. But I've also got an extra video coming out right after the last live I just did that showed why we was catching all them fish and everything. And I mean, it was a hot bite. 9 takedowns, and I'm talking real takedowns in 20 minutes. I hooked up on 2, and they spit the hook, and they was less than 10 foot in front of us. They spit the hook, and then I turned around, and a few minutes later, hooked into another one. I had 2 on at one time. You see the poles do like this, and the lines were not crossed. I had a double takedown. I'm like, oh, I'm about to double up. I literally ran into the rods and didn't know what to do. I'm like, which rod do I grab? So I probably should have grabbed the orange rod because it's the stiffer rod and it was bending just as much as the purple rod, if not more. So it's most likely a bigger fish on the orange one. But I just panicked and didn't think of which fish rod to grab. And now we got a lot of fish rolling up close again, and I'm talking 20 foot in front of us. I can't see the current scene like because it's so dark out here, but I'm guessing it's still doing the same thing it was doing. I got same baits. I got nightcrawler on the front first rod. I got bluegill on the orange rod, but tonight I got a different bait. That big old fishy in the thumbnail, which is probably gonna get changed, is about a 12-inch bullhead. He's on my blue rod down that flathead hole. Now he didn't survive the walk down, so I just cut a big chunk of him out and let him where all the blood and stuff was still in there, and I just casted him out right out there in the flathead hole. So we're gonna see what we can do. I mean, I don't foresee me having another hot night like I did the other day, because like I keep on telling everybody, 4 fish a night or 3 fish a night on the Ohio River is a good night. And I think I got 8 the second time I come out, the second live. I don't foresee me having another hot bite like that. I hope so. It'd be nice, but I don't see it. But then again, if they keep on flopping 5 or 10 foot out in front of us like they're doing right now, I will be casting that purple rod back out there 10, 15 foot in front of us and see what happens. I ain't scared to try. I know, like I said, the other day when the sun come up, because I don't catch fish during the day, and the sun started coming up, and I was seeing them literally 10, 15 foot out in front of us, 25 pounders and everything else just coming up here. You see them roll across the edge of the current scene and flop back into the calmer water and then swim over here, and they're swimming around real slow. So I know they're exhausted. That's why they wasn't fighting so much either, because they're so wore out from the current that they're trying to get in this current scene to take a break. and I'm still hearing them flop around out here right out in front of us, 10, 15 foot. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna give it till we're live for 15 minutes. If I ain't got a hit on that purple rod, which is the nightcrawler rod, the one that's been killing it all week, I'm gonna bring it in a little closer. I'm hoping we don't start hooking up on drums if I do that, but I've done heard two nice cats roll out here, so it's it is what it is. Time to pull it in close if I have to. And I have caught a 26-pound blue, 26-pound, 28-pound blue. I see at my thing named Scroll. Rocco, what is going on? Frank H. 216 Zane, what is up, brother? You still doing music? I hope so. Canadian musician, how's it going? I hope you're still doing music, Zane. I released my first track, just me messing around in the studio on my other page called the song's called Premonitions of the Future, and it's on my Troy of All Trades page. So if you get bored, man, check out Troy of All Trades. It's all separate words, and you'll find me. I've only got like 26 subscribers or something on there because I just started the channel. But I dropped a cold track on there. Oh yeah, that's gonna be my music, my ghost hunting, because I've been doing ghost hunting my whole life. My gardening, that's because I do so much stuff because I only sleep 2 hours a day, 3 hours a day. Buck, how's it going? So since I only sleep a couple hours a day, I've got all that extra time to do stuff. I'm gonna start getting back into my ghost hunting, my cryptid hunting, telling ghost stories, and all real true ghost stories, none of that fake crap. And it's all gonna be stuff that I've seen personally, or I know somebody that has. Okay, um, because yeah, there's a lot of fake stuff out there. I've got at least 12 events that's happened to me. Is literally 12 events that witnesses. I've got multiple witnesses to every event, and I'm trying to get the stories out for those. And yeah, I'm going to try to get the stories out for those. And then after that, I'm going to try to find people that actually have real stories. Um, the most haunted place in Louisville, actually one of the most haunted places in the world, is called Waverly Hills Sanitarium. If y'all haven't heard of it, look it up. Um, it's in the top 10 most haunted places in the world. It's like number 1 or number 2. Um, it varies. Oh well, you send me it to me, Rocco. Oh, go to that channel and send me a link or something. Not a link, but hook it up or drop me a message or whatever so I can contact you. And as long as there, I mean, if it sounds too outlandish and stuff, and I don't think it's, I believe you, but I'm just saying I'll have to go over the stories, and we have to make sure we get as much details as we can. Cool. Yeah, I can't wait. I can't wait to drop my next track. My next track's gonna be hilarious, y'all. It is gonna be hilarious. Cause I'm gonna pull out some speed demon type stuff on it. I think you're a musician. I didn't see that, but yeah, I mean that's just my channel for me to do all my other stuff. Like I said, um, I've got so much time on my hands because of me being off work because of my health. Um, that if I'm sitting around the house, I could do something. But yeah, if you look up Waverly Hills Sanitarium, it's one of the most haunted places. Ace, what's up? Most haunted places in the world. When I was homeless for 6 months, I lived in that building, and I've been wanting to go in and do more ghost hunting in there. And I just found out that my brother-in-law's buddy that he works with, his mother owns the building. So we are working on me getting permission to go into that building for like multiple times to do ghost hunting. Troy of all trades. I know you've heard of Jack of all trades, but yeah, Troy of all trades is what it is. Brandon's Outdoor Adventures, what's up? House is haunted in Virginia. Hey, I'm always down with a collaboration, musician. I've got a bunch of music that can go both ways. That can go like soft rock or rap or anything like that. That can go just about any direction you want to go with it. I've got probably 35 beats that are mine that was I've made. So I've got a whole album that we had out about 12 years ago, and it was me and my partner. But unfortunately, he hasn't been wanting to do music, and I haven't talked to him. He hit me up on TikTok because I did a little short of it on TikTok. He goes, "Man, I missed that, brother." I'm like, "Well, you know where I'm at. I'm here every day because my health don't let me go nowhere. You know, that's why most of the time when y'all see me, I'm sitting in this chair. If I stand up for more than an hour, I'm on the floor. You know, I can't get out there and do it. I mean, I'd love to go back to work. My daughter's sweet 16 is 2 months from now. My son's birthday's next Saturday, and I don't know what I'm gonna do. But it is what it is. Oh, a winch rod. Stop hitting it. Just in case he comes back, y'all. You gonna wait. That acts like a flatty bite, y'all. Please be a flatty. I ain't got a flatty all year. Make sure my lines ain't crossing anywhere. They don't look like it. Yeah, that's alright. That works. I'm gonna pull this purple rod in a little closer while I'm up here, y'all. I said I was gonna do that. It's like 18 after now. It ain't got a hit, so it's time to pull it in closer and see what happens. Because we know last time we did that, we transpired bites, so we're gonna try it again. Right there in that same spot, right back in that pool that I was talking about the other day, y'all. Let's see what happens. Hopefully it ain't drum, but you know, let's get us a fish on of some kind real quick and hopefully and see what we can do. Oh man. Yeah, I don't know if y'all can see any better now that I did that or not. But I got my light way up here. Yeah, it lights it up pretty good. Yeah, I put my light about 10 foot above us. So it should light it up a little bit better. Uh-oh, orange broadsword. Sorry, y'all. I was trying to read your comment, magician, and I seen the orange rod bounce again. I think that's a flatty out there messing with that one, y'all. I can only hope. I ain't got one yet this year. So you used to do rap back in the day? See, I play bass guitar. I do vocals. Well, I used to do vocals. I play a little bit of regular guitar. Uh, and I used to be real good with Fruity Loops making beats. I could usually go in there in less than an hour and come out with a masterpiece beat. The problem of it is, it's been so long that since I've done it, and I found out when me and my partner, we call him Shortstop. They used to call me LV, Lord Vladimir. Um, they also used to call me Sandman and Ghost too. I had a bunch of different names back in the day when I was rapping because I've been doing it since I've been doing it for 25, well, almost 30 years. Almost 30 years I've been rapping, and right after I got out of rock, and so I've changed my names a few times, but I'm mostly known as Lord Vladimir. At least here in Louisville, that's who everybody knows me as. Because the one show we did was as Lord Vladimir, and the group we called ourselves Dark Armada called him shortstop because he's 5'3", 5'3" with the attitude of a 70-foot tall person. But we found out when me and him was doing music and stuff, dang it, the thing didn't scroll down. Yeah, it is a little old school. I don't do all that new stuff. I won't. I refuse. That new stuff to me is just not. It's not music to me. Al Castells, we out here. I mean, I've heard some that's good, but I think they're making it to where it's too easy to do music. It's honestly too easy to do music nowadays. All you got to do is have some auto tune and have 45 words, and you got a song. That's not me. I want real lyrics. I want something that tells a story, something that makes you rewind it and go, "Did he just say what I thought he said? Oh dang!" It's got to be something that clicks in the back of the brain and go, "Oh, that's twisted." Yeah, that's got to be a flatty smacking that. There's got to be. It can't be anything else, cause it's tapping it, letting go, tapping it, letting go. And earlier it pulled a little bit and then let go. That's got to be a flatty. Man, that'd be great to catch a flatty. I ain't got one in it this year. Of course, if that orange rod gets a flatty before the blue one does, I'm switching the bait out. Because if they go for that bluegill before they go for that bullhead, then yeah, it's time to change that bait out. Oh yeah, me too, me too. Most of my music, I had severe stage fright, so I never got on stage. I only did 2 shows in my life. I did one with a rock band called Mind Games. We had actually got signed with Geffen Records back in the '90s, which is the same people that did Guns N' Roses and all of them. And we had to back out of that because I got stage fright. The guitar player got locked up and everything else and went to prison for 15 years. And he was the reason why they wanted the band. That's just the God's honest truth. I'd only played bass at that time for maybe 9 months. And they told him they wanted to sign him. And they wanted him to get a new drummer and a new bass guitar player. Duggar, what is up, brother? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Rocco. I'm thinking that's definitely a flatty hitting it. But we had a blue do that the other day. But yeah, I mean, they told him, they said they wanted him to get a new bassist and a new drummer. And he agreed on the drummer. He said, yeah, he said, I agree with the drummer. We need a new drummer. He said, but the bassist, he said, he's like my brother. I've known him my whole life. And he said, not to mention the fact that he's only been playing bass for 9 months, and he's already that good. He'll be, by the time we're ready to go, it'll be over. And then he got locked up. We did 1 show, and that was all right. Musician, thanks for stopping in. That was back in the Vanilla Ice days, y'all. Does anybody remember Ice Ice Baby song? That'll tell you the exact year that we did a show, because we did a show at a little local bar, and it was a country bar, and there wound up being only about 25, 30 people in the bar, and there was a bachelorette party, and all the women started yelling, "Play Ice Ice Baby." So I started playing the bass lines for it. My brother walked over and grabbed my bass. "Sandy, how's it going?" I think that's Sandy. Silver Fox Fishing. It used to be Silver Fox Sandy, I thought. Unless it's somebody else. If it is, I apologize. But Yeah, he grabbed my bass. He stopped me from playing. He goes, "Oh, we don't play that kind of stuff." Oh no, nah, we never made it nowhere. Like I said, all right, Sandy, I thought that was you. No, like I said, we had a chance. We had a good contract, and then all of a sudden, just he got locked up and everything else, and I stopped doing music. I played bass for about another 4 months and stopped playing because I didn't feel it no more. And then all of a sudden, I started rapping because I started feeling that, and started realizing I was good at it. And it started, believe it or not, y'all, I'm not even gonna lie. It started off as a joke. It started off as a joke. I met my rap partner, the one I was just talking about earlier. I met him. He was doing rap music. I heard him rapping one day, and I started laughing about it. Jody, how's it going? Driving home and listening? All right, be safe, girl. Be safe. And yeah, we sitting there, and he was rapping. I was making fun of it, right? I'm like, man, anybody can do that crap. He goes, well, then do it. And I sit there and I'm like, all right, give me a minute. He played a beat and I started writing some stuff down. Then all of a sudden I started rapping and he stood back and his jaw dropped open. He's like, what the heck? I said, I told you anybody can do it. And I was like, you know what? That was kind of fun. Next, uh, we had 9 tracks in 3 months. One of them was played on the radio and was blasted on the radio here. Um, Another one, they wanted us to clean it and edit it, and we wouldn't do it so they can play it on the radio. And I'm like, no, we're not changing the song for y'all. We wrote it the way we want it. It don't sound right on, edit it. We're not going to do it. And they wouldn't play it on the radio. But then uh, we was at a concert one night and was backstage hanging out with a bunch of musicians, a bunch of rappers, and Juicy J from 3 6 Mafia walked in. And I happened to be talking to some people and everything else. And they was like, man, you need to check out this dude right here and his partner. And he's like, he goes, I ain't got time to mess with that right now. Well, I was like, yeah, I said, I wasn't going to bother you about it anyway. I said, I'm back here just to hang out with everybody. Well, they had back then it was a cassette. He had a cassette of our music, and my buddy did, and he wound up giving it to somebody. About an hour later, because we was in a big after party, an hour later, Juicy J walked up. He goes, man, we need to get a hold of you. How do I get a hold of you? And I gave him all my information. He goes, yeah, I think 3 6 would like to sign you. He said, can y'all get enough music for one album? I said, we already got enough tracks for one album. He said, then let me talk to the rest of the crew. He said, but yeah, he goes, I think you stand a chance of being signed by 3 6. And I was like, all right, because that was my favorite group back then. I was like, oh, you got to be kidding me. And then I told him straight up, I said, dude, I can't do it. Because they started talking about they want 65% of everything. I mean, 65% of everything to start off with. I'm like, no, that's just robbery. And then they turned around and they told me I had to do so many shows. And I'm like, well, I don't know how I'm going to do the shows yet. And I told them I had stage fright, and then I never heard back from them after that. And then, sure enough, the weirdest thing happened to me about 5 years later, right after all that music started dying off and some of the other stuff started generating in. They had a reunion show concert here in Louisville. Uh, and I was up in the East End, up with working there, where all the real nice hotels were at. And we get about 10:30 at night, right before we close. We get this car come through drive-through, and I was a manager at a fast food restaurant, and they ordered a bunch of food. I'm like, man, it's 10:30 at night. What the heck? We close in a half an hour. And they're like, can we get all that fresh? And I'm like, yeah, tell them yeah. I'm not gonna tell them no. So I went back there and I was back in the kitchen trying to help them get the food made. About that time, the girl in the drive-thru started screaming bloody murder. And I come running up there and she's like, it's Bone, it's Bone, Bone's in the drive-thru. I'm like, what? Sure enough, they was in a limo in the drive-thru because they was staying in the motel behind us. And they offered to give us a chance to come over and hang out with them, do an after party. I think mainly because the girl that was in my drive-thru was not bad looking. But we all went over there, Uh, they was rapping. I started rapping a little bit, and they gave me their business card and told me to contact them. I looked at my partner. I said, I guess I can throw this in the way too. Jody Duggar said hi, darling, from him. He don't want to. He wants to make sure you can safely drive home. We all do. Come on now, y'all. We need to fish already. Does anybody know how many Jody wound up hooking up before she ended her life? Because I had to go to the store to get some stuff real quick, make sure my stepson was fed, and eat me a little something and run out the door and get my gear together. That's why I was a few minutes later than what I thought it was going to be. I thought I had the time down. I was actually here at 11:46, but with it being so dark out here, I couldn't see to even set up. It was like a nightmare. And I'm not understanding this, y'all. Oh, you wasn't home for it all, Duggar? All right, buddy. Turn this down a little bit so I'm not glowing so much and so it ain't lighting up things as much. Maybe it's too bright out here for them. Plus, it's giving me a good chance to see how this light's going to show up for y'all. Yeah, y'all should be able to see a lot better now. Now, the only issue I have with that, oh, speaking of that, let's do it, Duggar. Alien lights. The alien has landed. Go ahead, cut off. Cut off. Thank you. The aliens have landed. Man, I first got down here, it was so hot. I mean, it's still not cold. But when the wind blows, I guess because I'm sweaty, when the wind blows, you get that chill. And I'm like, maybe I should put my jacket on. But I think I'm going to hold off on it because I've been suffering with heat exhaustion all day. Well, that and regular exhaustion because I was up all night the night before last. After the last stream, I went home. I slept for about 7 hours. I got up. I stayed up all night last night, or after that. At 5:30 this morning, I started getting lightheaded and dizzy. Oh, I'm sorry, at 3 o'clock, 3:30 this morning, I started getting lightheaded and dizzy. I felt like I was going to fall out. So I went in the room, laid down. 5 o'clock, rolled around. I realized I dozed off and got up 5 o'clock in the morning. So I basically got about what, maybe an hour nap. I got up and I started going outside. Well, first I got up and started making something to eat, went to the store. Then I went out and cut my grass, uh, worked on the garden, fired up the grill, smoked some more pork loins and some pork chops. So it's been a busy day, and I've been out in the heat all day. I was hoping the wife was going to come home not tonight, because she's like, I'm exhausted. I said, yeah, me too. I said, you know I can't sleep when you ain't here. My insomnia is bad enough by itself. I dang sure don't need help of her not being there. I was planning on going to bed by 2 or 3 o'clock tonight if she would have showed up, which has been the earliest I went to bed in a year and a half. Oh, come on now. I'm hearing them jump out here. They're still out here jumping, but they ain't biting. So it means I need to do something to transpire a bite. Maybe change the rod around a little bit. I guess I'm gonna pull this purple rod in again, since that's how we started finding out where they was at and what they was hitting the other day. But by doing that, but I'm not gonna wait all night to find out. I'm going to start casting out and trying to move it around to find out if they're going to hit that night crawler. If they don't, then I'm going to switch over, put a piece of bluegill on there since we done got a hit on that orange rod with bluegill on it. And I'll put it back on bluegill like we did that the other night when we start getting those bites off of it. But I'm going to get up and do that because we've been live for 35 minutes. We've only had one takedown, and it looked like a flatty bite, and he ain't come back for it. So, yeah, we need to do something to make it work. We got to make it happen, y'all. He's not touched that crawler. So I'm gonna put it over in a different spot. If it don't touch it then we're gonna switch out and put a chunk of bluegill on there and see what happens. Oh, right there on top of them, really? I don't know if y'all heard that splash or not, that roll, but the second that rod hit the water, something rolled right there where that weight went in, or that bait went in. So maybe we get lucky and it smacked him in his head and he'll grab it. We can only hope. Alrighty. Yeah, I noticed the other day when I was out here and I had this jacket on, all I was doing with my No Pro, every time I get a video, you could see the rod real nice and clear, and then all you see is my zipper from my jacket. I put that jacket on over top of the No Pro. Yeah, I definitely can't do that again because that was a waste of time. I think I've got on that first night, out of 4 or 5 usable videos, I think I got 2 that I can actually use. So, yeah, I gotta make sure I don't do that mistake again. No putting the jacket on above the No Pro. Look like a little critter walking around up there. I'm gonna shine my light on, see if there's any eye shine. Make sure there ain't them dang raccoons coming back. Now my pet deer were coming down here and was keeping the raccoons away. But I ain't seen my deer no more. So the raccoons are probably gonna come out and play. And I don't want them taking my dang bait. Because that would be my luck. They grab the whole bag of bait. I wouldn't just lose a piece, I'd lose the whole bag. And I'd be a little bit mad, y'all. We'd be using raccoon for bait. Alright, the fact that something just rolled out there in front of that orange rod again. They're still moving in real shallow. So the fact that, oh crap. So the fact that they haven't hit that night crawler yet, and I just landed on a fish when I did it, and they ain't hit it yet. I'm gonna give it about 5 or 6 minutes. Then I'm gonna cut me a small piece of bluegill, and we're gonna throw it out there like we did that one night, the first night, because it seemed to pay off when we did switched it up like that. Sometimes they want that night crawler, sometimes they don't. So we done got one hit on the bluegill already on the orange rod, which I need to check now because he's sitting there playing with it for a few minutes. He probably done got that bait off. It was a real nice takedown or a decent takedown, and it cut some good taps on it. So he probably done got that bait off there. As much as I don't want to, I probably need to put this jacket on anyway. With the sweat coming out of my pores and stuff, and me being overheated the way I've been all day, Good way to get sick. Well, maybe there still is bait on that orange rod. It just got tapped again. I'm making sure to throw some bigger baits tonight, y'all. Cause granted, yeah, I'm glad I've already got a 20 this year. It's a concerning factor that I didn't start my year until a couple weeks ago. But 20 ain't nothing. If I'm gonna beat my PB blue and my PB flathead, I need to get on some bigger fish. I don't know if they're spawning yet. I don't know if spawn's begun here or not. Um, but we're gonna find out. Maybe I'll get lucky and find one that either ain't on the bed, ain't going on the bed, or already come off the bed, or whatever. Now I tell you right now, there are a lot of areas over here where the blues do spawn. So if they are spawning, they could be in this area. All we can do is hope one comes off the beds and is hungry and decides to grab something. Duggar, if you're still in here, when are we gonna start using your spaceship for teleportation? Um, I need to start teleporting. Told my wife, if I could teleport down here so I didn't have to walk that 20 minutes with all that gear and climb down these hills, I'd come out every night for a few hours. Even if it's raining. I mean, my gear's not waterproof, but you know what? Well, my new light is. My new light's supposed to be 100% water resistant. So my new light will be fine. And that's why they make plastic bags to put over my other stuff. And I don't give a crap if I get wet, for one, especially in the middle of the summer. And two, I paid $60 when I was working. I paid $60 for a whole rain suit that I've only got to use one time. All right, y'all, I ain't too optimistic, man. I ain't too optimistic at all. At least not with that night crawler tonight. Because I put that night crawler right on top, like I said, a fish rolled right there where that night crawler went in. And he ain't touched it yet, and it was right in his face. So I'm not too optimistic they're gonna want night crawler tonight. Since the only thing we've been getting hits on is bluegill, I'm gonna do what we did the other day when Steve suggested. That actually paid off. I put a piece of small bluegill on that purple rod, and we started catching them. So, I mean, you can hear them out there splashing. They're right up in this cove. I mean, literally right up in the cove right now, trying to get out of that current. But I'm tired of catching these 5-pounders and stuff. I'd like to catch some 20s and 30s and 40s. Like I said, I don't know how I'm gonna get a 30 up the bank. 40 or 50, I don't know how I'm gonna get it up the bank. If I hook into something that big, I can promise you, we're gonna turn on every light I've got. I'm gonna reposition this camera towards the water. That way y'all can see, because I'm gonna have to slide down on my butt, down this hill in this mud, and probably get in the water to get to him. That will be some funny stuff, and I want to make sure y'all get to see it perfectly. And that way my kids can get a good laugh out of it too. Because right now this bank is so slick I can't even walk down it. I've literally got 8 foot between me and the water, all downhill, and it's all slick. It's all mud. All right. Hold on a second, y'all. Mute this live for a second. Oh crap. Sorry about that. What's up, Avid? Stephen Corley, how's it going? Sorry, y'all, I had the mic muted. My wife called in. Um, she finally got to get her a couple hours of sleep, and she just woke up, and I was like, yeah. She said, what you doing? I said, I'm out fishing. She said, out fishing? I thought you was going to get some sleep. You ain't slept in 2 days. I'm like, yeah, but you know what? Fishing is more important. And I told her to try to get her some rest. She had a major fall. I'm worried to death about her because she's got a blood disorder. G-Style. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Uh, but yeah, she's got a blood disorder, and usually if she starts getting bruises, she's got to be rushed to the hospital. And she had a massive fall. She sent me pictures of it today. She skinned up her leg, her arm, her hand. I'm like, and she's like, my leg hurts so bad I can't even stand up right now. I'm like, well, why don't you get off of it and quit trying to stand up and try to get you some rest for the night, and maybe y'all can get up early enough tomorrow to do something because their schedule's all off. She's a night shifter like I am, and the person she's staying with, her uncle, he's a day shifter. So yeah, it don't work. I told her, I said, you're going to flip flop your schedule so you can be up when it's time to for him to leave. If you want to come home, he ain't gonna bring you home at no 9, 10 o'clock at night when he's an hour drive away. He don't like to drive at night anyway. Alrighty. Alright, we've been out here for 50 minutes. We had one bite on the orange rod. That's the only thing it's been in hit. This rod, I've got it in close where all the fish keep on rolling like where we've been catching them, and they're still rolling out there with Nightcrawler, and it hasn't done anything. So I'm going to check the bait on the orange rod since it's been hit a few times, and I'm going to change out and put bluegill on this purple rod and see if that transpires a bite. Because when I casted it out the last time, I literally landed on a fish. Where the sinker hit the water, a fish flopped right there. So it landed on the fish. So it was in his face and he didn't want it. Lynn, how's it going? So I'm going to change out and put bluegill on this purple rod since they ain't biting on Nightcrawler tonight. And then I'm going to check the orange rod because it's got quite a few hits. It looked like a flathead bite, but got quite a few hits on it. And I want to make sure that bluegill's still on there. Nets, how's it going? We back at it again, y'all. Thank you, Nets. Hopefully we have another good night where we put on some fish. Off the hook, how's it going? So far we've had one takedown off the hook, but looked like a flatty bite. He bent the rod a little bit, let it up, bent the rod a little bit, let it up. Then he started tapping a little bit, but that was 15 minutes ago. So I'm gonna check that bait. Then I'm about to change out the bait on this purple rod. Can switch it up. Nope. Maybe I'll give it a second because he's gonna tap it again. Of course, some of that could be debris. I don't know what the current's doing today and how much debris we got because I haven't pulled one in yet. So that's what I'm about to do. I'm about to check all this stuff and find out what's going on. I'm gonna start with the purple rod because since that just got hit, I'll give it a minute to see if it does anything. If it don't, well, it's doing it again. See, that's like a flatty bite, y'all. It's just little tappies. Little tappies. If he wants it, he'll take it. But since he's out there playing with it, I'm gonna leave it out there for just a few minutes while I get some fresh bait for this orange rod. This purple rod. And I'm gonna try not to use my light out here. That way, I don't scare him off because he's not but maybe uh, 30 yards from the bank is where the orange rod's at, over by this debris pile over here. So I don't want to scare him off with a light. So I'm gonna try to do this in a little bit of light as possible. Give me just a second, y'all. Oh. He still looks like he's out there tapping on that, but he ain't doing much. We got a barge getting ready to come through. Maybe this barge will piss him off. Maybe it'll make him mad. He'll go running. And oh yeah, for anybody that just came in or whatever, that fish that y'all seen at the beginning of on my thumbnail, that's about a 12-inch bullhead. Unfortunately, he died. He was moving around when I first got here, but he wouldn't swim. And I put him out there, let him for about 2 or 3 minutes on the hook to see what he would do, and he just flopped over on his belly. So I cut a chunk of him out. I got about a pound of bloody bullhead out there on that blue rod. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and leave the night crawler on there like I did the other day. Where'd I feed that piece of bluegill at? Did I already lose that bluegill? For real? And I did not want to turn my light on. Of course, I'll cut another piece before I do that, because all I gotta do is I'll find it as soon as I turn the light on. I'll still be able to use it. So I thought I had it right there, but I don't see it. I didn't see no critter run down here and grab it. That's all right. I just cut another piece. We got plenty of gill tonight. That's for sure. Plenty of gill tonight. First night we come out here, we only had 5 small ones, or four small ones and a halfway decent sized one. And then after that, I wound up with the next day I only had 4. We made that work. We ran out towards the end of the day, but we only had 4. Today I've got like 9, and a few of them are good size. I think it go off. A few of them are good size. So we'll see what happens. I'm gonna put my jacket on, y'all. Give me a second. That sweat's getting too chilly, getting cold. And then I'm gonna check its orange bait. Throw another big old chunk of bluegill out there. And like I said, I'm throwing a little bit bigger baits tonight, y'all. A little bit bigger than what I've been throwing. I mean, I know we've been catching them all on small baits, but there's got to be a big boat. There's got to be a big boy out there somewhere. And yeah, I did catch that 20-pounder the other day on a piece the size of a nickel, but that don't happen too often. I want to be able to put some bigger baits out there in front of them. Try to keep the small ones away so the bigger ones can play. Yeah, I was going to get my son this jacket because it's too small for me. I ordered it on Wish one night or something. I think it was either Wish or eBay. I ordered it on, and it's supposed to be a 2X large, and it's like a 2X small or something like that. I don't know what it is, but it don't cover my belly. He put it on because he's about 3 inches shorter than I am and a lot skinnier. It fits him perfect, and he said, I want that jacket, Pop. I'm like, all right. And I said, let me wash it up. I said, I'll probably wear it another time or 2. Yeah, he probably won't want it back by the time I'm done with it. They have so much catfish slime on it. Let me change this bait out, y'all. Let's see if that's debris or if that's a fish or what it is. hoping it don't, he kept on breaking it loose. I'm hoping it didn't cross my other line. It might be the free, y'all. It's acting funny pulling it in. And I don't think it's, I don't think it's a fish on there. I just think it's acting funny. It might have crossed my line. I think it crossed my dang line. Really. That's why it's acting funny. Went into my other line. Or did it? No, it didn't. So that was getting a hit then. But I'm way over here away from my other line. Alright, so the blue one was getting a hit and I thought it was me crossing it, but apparently it wasn't. Let's get it though. Come on, give me my stuff. Oh, really? Really? I just broke off right there on the bank. For real. I must have had a burr in there. I'm glad I didn't catch a fish on that, y'all. I'd been a little bit mad. I would have been a little bit mad. That's alright. I can't get to my hook, I don't think. But I should be able to get to my weight. I'm going to try to get my weight back. If I can get down the hill. Yeah, it must have had a burr or something rubbed into it because the stick I was on is a little baby tree root that's not that thick. There's no way it should have broke that line, so there must have been a nick or something in it. Yeah, because I feel a couple more. I'm going to cut some of that line off first before I tie it back up. Well, I guess since I got to do that, I might as well turn this light on so I can see what I'm doing. Let me see if I can get down here and get to my sinker here. I think if I get down there, I can probably get my bait too. My bait, my hook, my sinker, and everything. I don't know if I'll be able to get back up. I'll have to do this before the bar comes through, because once the weight gets a dang shrink, get back up. Nope, I can get to my sinker. I didn't hear it go back in the water. I know it was on the bank. I got my bait back in my leader. And it still got my bead on there, huh? So the only thing I technically lost was my sinker. And it's probably up here on the bank somewhere and I just ain't seen it. No. Not gonna get back up, y'all. I might be stuck down here. I might be stuck down here the rest of the night. Alright. Even though I hate to lose lead more than anything, it's nice to get my hook and my Mad Cat speed and stuff back. If I stay out here for when the sun comes up like I did the other day, then I'll probably better get it all back. If anybody else has come in, I apologize. I ain't trying to avoid anybody. We're having technical difficulties. Must have had a fray in my line or something. I mean, I literally, when I got down there, I grabbed a piece of stuff I broke off on with 2 fingers and moved it about 8 inches. So yeah, that line shouldn't have broke. Come on now. You know what? I'll use the water on it if I have to. Try and get that little knot that's left on there off there, and it don't want to budge. Alrighty, let me grab my line and try to get me to a point where I got good line, because I feel another fray or two in there, so ain't no sense of putting it back out there, breaking back off. But I'd been mad if there had been a nice lady that took it and I would have broke off. I've been mad. Yeah, right there's a fray right there, about 6 inches up, and one at 8. The rest of it feels good. All right, cool. Change her up, y'all. Check, make sure I didn't miss anybody coming in. Polar bear. What's up, Chad? Sorry I didn't catch you when you first come in, brother. We having some technical difficulties. And I don't know where my barge went. He got silent. I heard him down there humming. I see his lights, but he got silent. I wonder if he just killed the engine. He's parked. Maybe he's running early or something. Yeah, there, he hit something. I recorded a video that I'm gonna put out, y'all, that shows a whole, it's like a 12-foot long piece of tree. I'm talking, it's a whole dang stalk floating down the river. And it's about 4 foot around. I'm like, yeah, that's gonna hurt if somebody hits that. This dang sinker ain't wanting to go through. Hold on, let me get another sinker. That looks like it ain't opened up all the way. We also can switch it up anyway, because I had about a 6-ounce sinker on there, and I noticed that 9 or 10 ounce, because I make my own, and the one that's on the blue rod's close to 9 and 10 ounces, and it ain't staying stationary. So I know that 6 ounce wasn't, so I'm going to put an 8 on. See what happens. See if it keeps us more stationary where we can do our thing here. Oh man. Oh, come on, wind. Get that knot out of there now. I guess since I got it out of the water, I might as well change the bait. I mean, I'm pretty sure this bait's still good, but it's been out there for an hour, so it wouldn't hurt to change it. We got plenty out here. They all done died. Ain't no sense of them dying in vain. Because I promise you right now, I'm not taking them home with me. I'm going to try to use them all up tonight one way or another. If I got to start throwing 2 bluegill on one hook. Alright, barge just started zooming back up. I hear him coming. Man, I wish we could get a night without these barges. I mean, usually I can get barge bites all the time, but here lately they ain't been transpiring. I mean, I get a couple weeks ago I got 9 barge bites in one night, and the next week I didn't get none, and then the other day I got one out of the whole night. So it just varies, I guess. Let me see if I can get this bluegill out here, cast it back out before this barge gets here and get it settled in before he gets here. I'm not gonna throw it out too far right this first time, y'all. I mean, we got a couple little hits on it earlier, but try to throw it in a little closer, see what happens. We was doing pretty good with it in close the other day, so we shall see. Here in a few minutes, as soon as this barge passes up and the weight comes back down, I need to check this blue rod, y'all. That's the only one we ain't messed with. Curtis, what is going on? Yeah, I think what happened, y'all, with that orange rod, when he was hitting it earlier, he was breaking that sinker loose from where it was holding on the bottom. He'd break it loose and it dripped some, and that's why it was bouncing a little bit. And then he'd hit it again, break it loose, and it bounced some and go on down the river. I think it's what happened. So, and I still got them jumping literally 40, 20, 30 foot in front of me. They're literally right there. Same spot they've been the last 3 trips out here. And believe it or not, that bullhead, even though he wouldn't swim and he was flipping upside down, I cut him in half. I basically left this much of his head left. It's all that's sitting up there. The rest of his whole body is on that blue rod. He's still up there with his mouth breathing. Oh, he's done heard some lyrics, Chad. I sent him to my other channel earlier. I don't know if you knew about that or not, Chad. I got a second channel that's gonna be for my music, my gardening, and my ghost hunting and stuff. It's called Troy of All Trades. Yeah, I've already got 1 track on there. I've got 3 more coming, or 2 more coming in the next 2 weeks, 3 weeks, depending on how much time I get in the studio. One of them I'm wanting to do a whole actual video for, which is taking me a while to do because I don't want to just do me recording in the studio. I want to do an actual video. And it goes to, I got to find the right beat for it because I've got like 35 beats at the house. And right now, the only beats that I found don't even belong to me. And I don't want to keep on using other people's beats. So I got to find the right beat that fits. Because I've got one that it fits real nice with, but it kind of, the instruments and the sound and the way it's played out, it don't feel like the lyrics fit with it, you know. So I mean, it does. It sounds good together, but it sounds better with other tracks. So yeah, I got to find the right track, finish recording it. I've got all the lyrics recorded already. All I got to do is put them on a track, and then get some help in my house doing a video. I told my wife what I want to do, but getting her to help me gonna be kind of hard to do, especially with her taking that fall this week. She's gonna be out of commission for at least 2 weeks. Because man, if she gets a scratch or she gets a bruise because of her blood disorder, that thing will be there and bother her for weeks. Yeah, I really want to see that blue rod go over tonight, y'all. Besides the first night I come out when I hooked into that flathead over there, besides that rod's just not been getting no action. And I want to see it get some action tonight because it's got about a pound of bullhead. I mean that weight that bullhead that's on there weighs at least a pound. He's this big around. Thank you, Chad. Yeah, that bullhead's this big around, and there's a chunk this long, 5 inches long on there. Yeah, it's at least a pound. Between the sinker and that bait, I guarantee you there's a pound and a half, 2 pounds of weight on that thing. That muddy river rod was bending like it was a fish on me, just trying to move the bait around. Hey, we got a small one coming through now compared to what we've been getting. Maybe it's a light night. That'd be great. We get less barges. Because the last 2 times we come out here, they was running about three barges deep, or 3 containers deep, and like or side by side, and 6 deep. This one's only 2 side by side and looks like 2 deep. So they must be running light loads tonight. Maybe we won't get as many. But here in a second, I will have to mute this again because it's going to get loud. And my No Pro done stopped working. There it goes. Let's say I know that battery ain't dead. I fully charged all these batteries up today, and I ain't even used this thing yet, so I know it ain't dead yet. Cord come undone. Because the internal battery on this dang thing is junk. I mean, seriously, it is junk. It will literally only run for 5 minutes with the internal battery. I ordered 2 new batteries for it from the company that makes it, and they last for 10 minutes before they go dead. And if you leave it on standby, that way all you gotta do is click it twice to start recording. It only lasts for about 12 minutes, and then the battery goes dead. So I gotta keep a power bank hooked up to it at all times. see, what is it? Team Loyal Admins. Is that a bot or is that a person? Or I see they come in and they made a comment and retracted it. I didn't know. And I'm going to mute this mic here in a second, y'all, because these waves are about to kick in. And it's going to get louder than what it is right now. And I don't want y'all to go deaf or blow out your speakers in your TV. Because it's going to smack it like a brick wall like it did the other day. Uh, any of my mods in here, if y'all want to share links, feel free to. I mean, if you see somebody in the chat, share and everything else, we had like Stephen Corley and Polar Bear. You can share your own link. Zane, share his. Quiet Curtis, you can share everybody's links if y'all want. As long as it's not a adult site or anything like that, I don't care. You know, share whoever's links. We all in this together and trying to get things taken care of. So yeah, please feel free. And Curtis, I still got to make you a mod, brother, if you're still in here. I don't know if you're still in here or not, but if you are, I got to make you a mod. And Zane, you're supposed to be a mod too. I thought you were a mod already. I'll take care of that. And I think I'm going to make Nets a mod too, because Net's been coming into all my lives here lately. So yeah, I think it's time. And Stephen Corley, he should have been a mod also. So that might be what I do, y'all. I'm going to step off screen for a second, mute this camera, this mic, so y'all don't go deaf. And then I'm going to start making some mods using my other phone. All I ask for my mods is, if you see a bot come in, block them. Other than that, that's about all I ask from you. If you want to drop links, you can drop links. I got no problem with that in any of my lives. But all I ask is that you make sure that if a bot comes in or somebody comes in being disrespectful, y'all take them out. Other than that, I ain't worried about it. Alright, I'm gonna mute this. Thank you, Polar Bear. Thank you, buddy. I'm gonna have to mute this back real quick because it's gonna get loud. I just want to say hi to Dallas. Dallas, you should be blue now, brother or sister. I don't know. All right, yeah, I'm gonna turn it back on now. As soon as I set it back on. As soon as I did, it just started bashing the bank again. Yeah, I had to make sure I made some extra people, some other people mods because I've had a lot of people been coming into all my lives here lately. Like Nets has been coming into all my lives lately, and Dallas comes into all my lives. So they need to be mods, and I don't expect much from my mods. Mainly the reason why I make the people that I appreciate and everything else mods is that way somebody else don't time them out. If they come in here and they're respectful and treat me good like all y'all have, then I don't want somebody coming in and timing y'all out for no reason. This ain't looking like it's been too good of a night yet, y'all. I'm getting into panic mode already. I'm shaking on the bank. We've only had one hit so far in an hour and a half. That's not good. I mean, the water conditions have changed. Like I said, they did start dropping the water a little bit, which is usually it's hard to catch them when it's on the drop. But it's not supposed to start dropping fast until tomorrow, which is when it gets horrible when it drops fast. And yeah, I'm not wanting to see it. They're supposed to drop it down like I think 6 foot tomorrow. I'm not too enthused to seeing that big drop. You home, Jody? Thank you for letting me know. That way I know you're safe. Oh, I know, Chad. It does. I've accidentally timed people out and didn't even know I timed them out. And I went in and tried to. Last week I went in and try to make somebody a mod, and when I did, I accidentally blocked them. And I had to go in there and unblock them real quick. I'm like, sorry, I didn't mean to do that. And it deleted all their text, their messages and stuff. And I'm like, I apologize. I honestly didn't do it on purpose. Honestly didn't. Jody, how many did you wind up with tonight? If you don't mind me asking, because I mean, I'll probably go back and watch the rest of your live when I get home, but I'm just curious. I know you was getting a good bite when I was walking out the door. Now, actually, the TV's still playing with you on the TV, or well, you were on the TV, so it probably went to one of the other lives, so it's probably still playing. I don't care. You could probably use the watch hours anyway, so if it keeps on playing your lives the whole time I'm down here, it's fine. I don't care. I usually turn on somebody's live at night when I get ready to go to bed, or during the day when I get ready to go to bed, either on my computer or on my TV. I'll turn on somebody's live or hit one of their playlists and just let it play all night while I'm asleep. Turn the volume down or whatever, and just let it play. Especially these smaller channels that are trying to build up and everything. Um, like No BS here lately. No BS has been doing a lot of lives, and I'll go through and I'll start playing his lives and just let him play throughout. That way he can get his watch hours and stuff. I mean, he's like I am. He ain't nowhere close to that 1,000 mark, but at the same time, I want him to have his hours. I mean, I don't expect to get too far on YouTube. I honestly don't. I don't get to make as much content as I'd like to. Uh, Plus, we don't up. Some just smack that blue rock. Please take that rod down. That's a pound worth of bait right there. You jump at a decent size. But yeah, I don't get to make the content that I want to, as much content as I want to, and we don't have the fish population and the big fish population that most other places have. So, in order for me to get noticed and get in the algorithm of any kind, I would definitely have to do some crazy stuff, which is actually coming, but not for that reason. The crazy stuff's coming just because I want to do it. My wife's tried to talk me out of it. Van and Sandy told me both I'm crazy, that I shouldn't do it. So if everybody's telling me I shouldn't do it, I probably should do it. Oh, he probably deserved it anyway, Dallas. 2 dinks and a low tire. Oh, well, at least you didn't have a Pepe Le Pew on the bank. I mean, on the boat, though. That's the main thing. I know about the low tire thing. I got 2 vehicles in the driveway that just started developing leaks, and I don't know why they're leaking. I go out there every day, and they're getting lower. I got to break out my pump. So, luckily, I've got 2 pumps at the house. Hopefully, the low tire ain't nothing, though. Hopefully, it's just a over time, because tires will lose air over time anyway. And if you got a newer vehicle that's got the sensors in it and it says low tire, a lot of times all that takes is 1 pound less. 1 pound can trigger that sensor, and I hate them sensors. I do. When I was a mechanic at Sears Automotive Center, I started off as a tire technician, and them sensors are a nightmare. I don't think we went a week without breaking at least one. And then you got to have to put a new one in it, and then you got to reprogram it, and yeah, it's a pain. And some of them we had one brand that we was getting for, I think it was for Toyota, that we was getting them for. We couldn't get our scan tool to read them and everything, and we found out you have to actually take the air pressure of them up to 60 psi to get them to engage. For them to actually start working, they got to be at 60 psi. So we had to order a box that can hold that kind of pressure, because if not, it would have blown out the tires. Vanessa Kitty, how's it going? Thanks for coming in. So far, we're not on the hot bite we've been on. The last couple of trips, we've been on a good bite. First night I come out, I got 3. Second night, I got 8. And then 1 off camera. So far, we've got 1 hit, and that's about it. I gotta wait and see what's going on. I'm about to start switching these baits around and changing it up again. I gotta do something different, because the situations are almost identical as they've been the last couple times I've come down. I'm still seeing a lot of big fish jump and move around a few feet in front of me. They wasn't hitting nightcrawler. The first night they didn't hit nightcrawler. The second night they did. Tonight they acted like they didn't want to hit the nightcrawler. So we're gonna find out. I'm just gonna keep on switching baits around. And all I can do is, well, it might be waves still. All I can do is hope something bigger comes swimming through here and grabs it. Of course, that could be my issue right there also. The last 2 trips, it's been all small baits. Everything's been caught on small baits. And I got bigger baits out tonight because I want to try to catch bigger fish. Well, I always want to catch bigger fish, but I put out bigger baits tonight because I got more bait also. All right, y'all. You know what? I think I'm gonna change out that bullhead. I honestly believe he's been out there for, and well, I'll give him an hour and 45 minutes because he's out there in a good spot. But if something was gonna hit it, would hit it by now. I've only caught a fish on cut bullhead twice. One was a flatty, one was a big blue. But I've had more luck with the bluegill and sunfish. And actually, I get more luck with the sunfish than I do anything. And I've got two of them up here I ain't even cut yet. So I might put a piece of sunfish on there. Plus, that blue rod hasn't been checked since I've been here. I guarantee it's got all that grass built up on it. So that's probably why it's leaning so hard. It's probably just covered in grass. So I'll give it about another 5 minutes, and I'll change that bait out or check it and change it out maybe. I might throw a whole bluegill on there and just let it float. Throw a whole gill on there, see what happens. Cause that's the one thing I haven't tried tonight, y'all. I haven't tried heads, and I haven't tried a whole bluegill. The last two trips, I didn't hit the head. I didn't get one bite. Well, I take that back. When the sun started coming up, I started getting hit on heads. But I think they was hitting on anything they could hit on at that point. Because there was so many of them. I mean, I seen at least 10 of them in this little small area. And since the head was the only thing I had left, I was putting them out there and they was hitting it. But I usually have good luck on heads, and I ain't put one out yet tonight. So we might try that and see if it changes anything. Maybe today's it's a head night maybe. But as soon as this weight finish calms down a little bit more, I'm gonna probably redo all the rods and change positions on them. That way we're doing something to try to keep in an area where the fish are at. Because I'm pretty sure that wake's done moved both them orange and that purple rod around. Especially that purple rod. That purple rod's only a few feet out. That's what makes no sense because the last couple days, last couple trips, they've been within 20 foot of the bank. And I got that in about 20 foot out and we ain't got a nibble. Of course, there again, it could be the time of the night because I remember this time last two lives we didn't have much action. So I don't even know what time it is actually. Oh, it's only 1:52. Yeah, we didn't have much action this time the past couple nights anyway. I think it's like a dead zone. I need to get out here one night around 8:30, 8:45, and be set up by 8:30. Because our best action I've seen out here during fall or during spring and fall is right at between 9 and 9:30. That's our best. That's where the big fish seem to hit. I was planning on doing that tonight, but I was waiting on the call from my wife to find out if she was gonna be coming home or not. Finally, about 10 o'clock, I decided, well, it's 10 o'clock. She ain't coming home. She ain't answered the phone. She ain't coming home tonight, so I'm just gonna go ahead and go out. All right. Let me change these baits around. Let me put this over close to that tree over there. See if it can't transpire or something. Oh, something's getting that orange rod, Doc. I'm just smack that orange rod. So I might wait on this for a second. I will check the blue one though, because the blue one needs to be checked for sure. I can't see this color and stuff. Yeah, I got fish jumping less than 20 foot out in front of me. Yeah, I'm getting grass all over my guys already. Grass wasn't as fast as I thought it was going to be, but it's pretty fast. I'm glad to see it's slowing down some. I checked it, but I thought I caught a bird, but it ain't a bird, so we're good. Let me show you all this piece of bait before I throw it, take it off here and change it out. Oh, down here I go. I was not lying when I said I got at least a pound of bait on there. I mean, you can see the rod bend. But you know, it is what it is. Ain't hitting it, so I'm gonna try something else. I forgot my dang bait rag, so now I'm using my pants. That's alright, they're ruined anyway, so it don't matter. Yeah, I'm gonna throw a whole gill out there, clipped off the tail so it don't drift too much, but throw a whole gill out there. And I'm gonna zip this out there as far as I can get it. Because if they're not biting up close, maybe they're out there in the deep. Okay, settle in. Get it settled in already. The current must be ripping there. Yeah, that current must be ripping pretty fast if it ain't settling in. That's an 8 ounce, actually closer, right at a 10 ounce, no row sinker. That's a 10 ounce no row, and it's still drifting down bank. It just now looks like it's starting to settle. So, and I threw a whole gill on there. I just cut the fins off the tail, and the rest of it I left on there. We'll see what happens. Wabash Nate, how's it going? Thanks for stopping in. We changing things around a little bit to see if we can get some fish action. Speaking of, I forgot to change this orange rod, didn't I? Because it had a nibble on it, so I wanted to wait. Eric B, what is up, brother? We back at it again. Right now we trying to find that combination, that magic combination like we did the first couple nights. We tried a few different things till we found out what was working. Now I got to try to see if I can figure out what the deal is tonight, what they want to do tonight. I need to check this orange rod though. I got the blue one out as far as I can get it, which is probably about 70, 80 yards. It's done drifted in, so it's probably only about 40 yards when it finally settled. This one's only out about 30 foot. The orange rod is out about, I'd say 40 yards. So I might change it up and bring it up this way a little bit further. That way it don't drift down to my blue rod, but at the same time, I'm not gonna do much with it. Stagger them out and find out where they're hitting on and where they're hitting at. I definitely wish it would slow down a little bit. If this water don't slow down, then I don't know. I can't see where the baits are. They're not staying where I put them at when the weight's still going like it's going. And I don't know why it does this, because the other day it did this. It went on for an hour before it finally calmed back down after the barge. And then the next time I come out, it only took 20 minutes for it to calm down. So I guess it all depends on how deep the barge is in the water, I guess. That blue rod can't get no more tight. If it gets any tighter, it's gonna look like we got a fish on, y'all. Even though I know we don't. It's just that current's ripping that much. It's taking that 10-ounce sinker and that bait on downriver. And I didn't even check the thing to see if I still had the float on there or not for the Santee rig. I didn't even pay no attention to it. I need to turn my phone notifications off or turn them down so we're not hearing dings all night. Alrighty. Well, see, that's what I've been doing the last couple of days, Nate. I've been out. My wife's been on at her uncle's visiting with them for the last. Well, she was supposed to come home Monday. They went out there for 4 days. They were supposed to come home Monday. She still ain't came home because she's got my disabled sister with her, and she don't like to leave. Once she gets someplace, she wants to stay there. So she's still out there. So I've been taking every advantage to get out here as much as I can, and we've been doing pretty good on Nightcrawler because the Ohio, anybody knows anything about the Ohio River knows that our fish population is not that great. You know, you come out, you get 3 fish a night on the Ohio River, it's a great night. Uh, and The first night I come out, I got 3. The second night I come out, I got 8. I mean, on the second night, 2 of them were drum, but still, I got 8 fish and 1 off the stream that nobody got to see. So I mean, it was a good bite for 2 trips, 2 days back to back. Yesterday I took the night off, and I come back out tonight, and water conditions are everything's almost identical. We're using the same techniques and everything else, and then I'm switching some stuff up to find out what's not working. The first night I come out here, night crawlers didn't work. The second night I come out here, they was killing the night crawlers. And I'm trying to do everything, I'm bouncing around. Both nights we come out here, 90% of our bites was 30 foot off the bank, because we got a current seam out here, so there's a tree in the water right here, stopping the current, and these fish are jumping in close to get out of that current. And it's actually been working pretty good for us, but tonight it ain't been paying off yet. So I'm just going to switch baits around and keep on throwing them out in different areas and finding out what works. Here in a few more minutes, probably about 10-20 minutes, if that purple rod don't get any bites on it, I might just throw another night crawler on there and see what happens. Yeah, that's me. I never come down here without worms. And usually the reason why I bring the worms is because you never know what they're going to bite on, for one. I've caught some decent fish on worms. 2, you know, when it gets real slow like it is right now, normally I can nail drum all night long. So if we ain't getting no fish at all or no bites, I'll at least throw a worm on there and get some drum, so at least we got some fish on the bank. Because they're fun to catch too, and if I'm gonna come walking all the way down here carrying all this gear, I want to catch something. But the drum ain't even biting right now. I understand that, Nate. It happens. It happens. Right now is our dead time. If I go back to the last 2 lives that I did this week, the first hour and a half, 2 hours was busy. Then I had like a 3 or 4 hour period, about a 3 hour period of nothing. Then all of a sudden it picked up again. And I think I come down here right at that edge of that 3 hour period. So I got out here about 40 minutes later than when I've been getting out here. So I think I missed that first bite window. And yeah, I think they're on spawn already. Because the biggest one I've hooked into so far is 20 pounds. And I caught him on a piece of bait the size of a nickel. No exaggeration, caught him on a piece of bait the size of a nickel on a size 6 circle hook. And he was less than 25 foot in front of us. And see, that might be the issue we're having right now. All week they've been hitting on small baits. Yeah, I've tried the morning bite here the last couple trips because I fished until the sun came up, and then the last trip I come out here, I sit out here for 25-30 minutes after I ended the stream, and morning bite was on. Morning bite was on. I'm gonna do a video of it. I had 9 takedowns in 20 minutes, and I'm not talking little hits. I'm talking full takedowns. I hooked into 2, and you see me fighting them, and they spit the hook. And then I finally land one that right towards the end of that 20-minute period. So I had 9 takedowns in 20 minutes. And every one of them, no exaggeration, every one of them was within 30 foot of the bank. And that was the night I got 8 fish on live. And I was trying to figure out why they were so close in. And as the sun come up, I caught on to it. I can see where the current is going and everything else, and it's ripping right now. I got a 10-ounce sinker out there right now, and 10-ounce Norro, and it won't even settle. So I see where it's ripping. Well, as soon as the sun started coming up, them fish was flopping out of the water and rolling, and you could see them come out of that current seam right there on the edge and come into the shallow water. And the only reason why I noticed that is because I was sitting here, and I started packing up some of my gear because I done into the live, was getting ready to go home, and I seen about a 25-pound blue swimming around right here about 10 foot from the bank real slow. I'm like, man, he looks wore out. I said, I wonder if he'll bite. So I threw a piece of bait out there, and a few minutes later, got a takedown. I'm like, really? About that time, I start seeing them roll out of the water, and I noticed that they're all rolling out of the stream, the current seam, and you see them when they come out, they're coming out at an angle like they're heading into the shallows, into the calmer water. So that's why they've all been up here. But now I'm trying the same things I've been trying. I mean, we are on a down, the water is going down, but it's not going down fast. The other day we come up here, the last two trips, water was coming up. But now it's going down, but it's going down slow. It ain't dropping, it's dropping an inch every 4 hours or something like that. So it's not a major drop. But that's going to affect us a little bit. But I think it might have been the temperature too, because it got up to almost 90 degrees here today. But all we can do is switch things around, try different things, cast out different areas. Right now I got that blue rod out as deep as I can get it. The orange rod's halfway in between there, and the purple rod's only out about 25 foot, 30 foot. So I've got them staggered out, got bluegill on all of them. So all we can do is see if what area they're biting in. They might have moved back out deep, I don't know. But then again, they might be deep right now and come back in 10 minutes from now. Here in about 10 minutes, I might be able to put a piece of night crawler back on that purple rod and cast it out there and see if they're wanting night crawlers again. Because they did that to us the other night. They wouldn't hit a night crawler for 5 hours. Backwoods, what is up? Or back road, I'm sorry. Yeah, back road hillbillies, what's up? Yeah, for a few hours straight, they wouldn't hit a night crawler. They hit a piece of they'd hit a piece of bluegill, but then I caught 2 blues back to back on a night crawler within 24 minutes. So all I'm gonna do is switch my baits around all night until I find out what's working and what's not. I know one thing that's not working right now, and that's having my blue rod out as far as I got it. Because that thing's loaded up already. I mean, it is loaded up, and there's not even a fish on it. And that's a Muddy River flathead rod. They don't bend that easy. And that thing's got a bend in it like it's got a fish on it, but it don't. That's just the current pulling it. Clam necks, I've never used those. See, I was optimistic about tonight because the last 2 trips I've made out here, we've done good on bluegill, and I wasn't able to get much bluegill. Willie Dobson, what's up? I wasn't able to get much bluegill the last 2 trips. Today I went out, I got me a 12-inch bullhead, and then I got me about 9 bluegill. That's what I'm doing right now, Nate. It's exactly what I'm doing. The only thing I'm doing different from the last trip is I'm running a slightly bigger bait. Because the last trip I was out here, all the fish caught was caught on small baits. I'm talking real small baits. Most of them the size of a nickel or size of a silver dollar. Real small baits. And most of them were caught close in. But now I've got a small bait on this purple rod, and I've got it close in, and I haven't got a hit on it. Like I said, the orange rod's at about 40 yards, blue rod's at about 60. I don't know. The only thing I can think of to do is switch it up and put um, Nightcrawler back on the purple one. What I ought to do is I ought to pull the blue one in a little bit more to get it out of that rough current to where it's in the current seam itself, right there at the edge of the seam, right in that debris pile in my flathead spot. Because if I go right in front of this tree and go over about 10 yards, 20 yards this way, there's a big debris pile that's all full of flatheads, which is what I'm trying to angle into. But I might be past it right now with me being in that much current. I might want to pull it in about 10 yards, 20 yards, and I might switch out this orange rod. I've got a body chunk on it because that's all I've been getting hits off of. They ain't been hitting the heads. Maybe tonight will be a head night. I do got a whole bluegill on the blue rod. I just cut the fins off his tail and the rest of it stayed on. So. Yeah, I mean, that's what they've been hitting on, small baits. I am throwing slightly bigger baits today because I actually got a chance to get bait. But then again, I've got a piece of bait about that big on that purple rod. And it's in the same spot where we hooked in. In the last 2 trips, I've hooked 5 of the fish I hooked was in the same exact spot that this is in now, with the same size piece of bait and everything. So I don't know. I think I got to do something different. But like I said, I'm gonna keep on doing whatever it takes to move stuff around to find out where they're at and what they're doing. But I haven't thrown a head out tonight. They've been hitting on body chunks, but there's nights that they don't hit on body chunks and all they hit on heads. And there's nights that they don't hit on heads and they only hit on body chunks. Well, the last 2 times it's been body chunks. Maybe tonight's a head night. I keep on saying that, but I ain't done it yet. I'm trying to get the will up to get up there and get it. I need that confidence booster, you know, like when them rods have been in half. Then I'll move fast as lightning. But I'm only running on like an hour, maybe 2 at the most, sleep in the last 48 hours. So I am pretty much worn out on energy. So I need some kind of energy boost. And this Bang I'm drinking is not working. I need a rod takedown. That'll wake me up for another 10, 12 hours. All right, y'all, enough talking about it. I'm doing it. We're going to catch a fish one way or another. Hold this in about 10 yards, 20 yards. Put it right there in that debris pile. Yeah, right now it's all the way out there. I'm going to bring it in because it seems like it's snagged up on something. I don't know what I'm snagged on because I ain't been snagging all week. Come on now. Come loose. I don't want to lose all my gear. I done broke one off today. And I want to break off another one. Dang it. I really don't want to break off another one. I ain't got that many sinkers left. I gotta get back to making some sinkers. There we go, come on. We got it back. And they put it over in this flathead spot right here. Sorry if I blind you all with a headlamp. I ain't trying to. Oh, you supposed to drive further than that. Come on. Drift on down. Drift down. Drift down. There you go. Keep on drifting. Good boy. You can do it. All right. We should be in that zone right there, y'all. Should be in the zone. This one, I'm going to put a head on it. Pretty out there. Put that about half the distance out. Yeah, like I said, this is way close to the bank, y'all. I'm talking right up on the bank. It's got a small piece of bait on it, so they just ain't hitting it. We're gonna go back to Nightcrawler and see what we can transpire here. All right. Take us some crawler. Put it right about there. All right. All right. Move some stuff around, try some different stuff, and see what happens. Is that 812 or S12? I can't see. My eyes ain't that good. Mike's Fishing Homes, what's up? I gotta get my eyes adjusted again. I had that dang light on and everything else. You run that light, and then as soon as you turn it off, you can't see nothing. You're like, my eyes need to adjust. Gotta get in bed soon. Oh, I understand that. Trust me. I understand that, Mike. I should have been in bed. I've had an hour and a half, well, an hour to 2 hours of sleep in the last 48 hours. And instead of going home and going to bed like my wife said I should do, oh, got a nibble. Got a nibble. Look like a drum or a carp, but we got something nibbling. That's what I was thinking. There's got to be something out here. If we don't get hit by a catfish, then there's got to be the drum or the carp. One of the two got to be in the area, or one of the three's got to be in the area. And I really don't want to mess with drum tonight because now I wouldn't mind catching a carp. Give me about a 3 pound carp, I'd be happy. But I don't really want to mess with the drum tonight. But you know what? Right now, a fish is a fish. There's not been there's not been that much activity. We've been 2 hours and 13 minutes. We've had what? One real takedown, or one real hit, and maybe a nibble. Yeah, we do, y'all. We do. And once I find out what depth that they're biting at, what distance, and what they're biting on, I'm gonna be banging it out, trying to get everything in that area. I can almost guarantee y'all, if the rest of this wake was to stop, if the rest of this wake would stop, where it was starting to calm back down like it was when I first got down here, we'd have a fish on. Because that water's bouncing so hard, it's any fish that's coming up in here like they've been doing the last week to try to get out of that current is getting bashed around by them waves, so they're going right back out in the current because they're getting bashed around. And when it was calmer earlier, when I first got here, we was hearing fish everywhere out here in front of us. With these waves, I'm not hearing nothing, so I'm pretty sure they done went out in the deep, laying on bottom somewhere out here on the edge of the current or whatever to get away from the waves. All right, y'all, I'm gonna step off screen for a second. Maybe if I'm doing something else, maybe with a fish will bite. I'm gonna step off screen for just a few seconds and I'll be right back in. Actually, I'm gonna step aside screen. I'm not gonna be, but right here, can't the camera, but let's see if I turn my back if something happens. Yeah, if its water would have been down a foot less than what, lower than what it is now, I could have got to my spot. But unfortunately, water's still too high for me to get to my spot, so I had to come back to this one. I would have liked to go to my spot so I could give this one a break. I need to check and see if his phone's even charging. Because I'm sitting there looking at my power bank and it ain't charging. What does it say? No. I changed my power banks out. Glad I noticed that, or my phone would have went dead. We would have had a real abrupt ending to the live. Now we should be good. Yeah, we charging now. That's what it looks like, ain't it? Lightsabers fishing. All that is eel lights. I mean, eel wire lights. I was trying to find a different way because I used to paint my rods like Chunky did years and years ago. I mean, I've been doing it for 25 plus years or something like that. But it's so hard carrying all these lights down to these places. And on top of that, you got some spots like this where if I turn the light off, it's pitch black and you can't see 2 foot in front of you. And the fish are used to the darkness. So if I turn on the lights too much, it actually affects the fishing. So I wanted some way to see my rods from a good distance away. And actually, I wasn't the person to come up with this. It was trying to think of who it was. Now, I'll be honest, I can't even remember who it was. They came up with it before I did. But they had a good idea with it. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to use it. I'm going to use it. I'm going to try it out and see what happens. And it's been pretty good so far. They look real nice when you get a takedown. Yeah, very smart idea. And very cheap idea too. Because it only cost about $7 per rod to put them on there. And then you need like rechargeable batteries and or regular batteries. It takes 2 AA batteries, but I bought some cheap rechargeables last week or a week ago, and they seem to run for 8 to 10 hours on the rechargeable batteries. On the cheaper batteries, they only, like the regular batteries, they only last about 3 hours, 4 hours, and then they start getting real dim. But yeah, with them rechargeables, they stay lit like that bright for 8 to 10 hours straight. So you can see them. You can see them all night and from 100 yards away. I mean, I'll tell you how bright it is. Watch this. Give me just a second. I'll show you how dark it is and how bright these things really show up. Yeah, there's not a light. Oh, and we got a hit, y'all. Blue rod getting hit. But yeah, there's not a light within anywhere, and you can still see them rods from across the river. If I'm on the Indiana bank, because I'm on the Louisville, Kentucky side, if I was on the Indiana bank right now, I guarantee you I can still see my rods. We've done it because when I get on in my spot when the water's down where it's supposed to be, I normally can have a 25 to 30 foot walk straight uphill. And I walked up to the top of the hill before and turned off all the lights, and I can still see my rods from a good 50 yards away, 60 yards away. So you don't miss too many bites that way. You can see what's going on. And the batteries I bought, the rechargeable batteries I bought, are cheap as can be. So if you think about it, it's probably maybe $12 per rod to put the lights on there, which ain't bad for something that you can use like this that saves you from having to do a lot of other stuff. Because if you're not on YouTube or nothing, if you're not shooting video or nothing, you're just going out fishing for fun, those lights don't weigh anything. The batteries don't weigh anything. You're literally between those three rods. I'm adding less than a half a pound. So less stuff to carry. You don't have to have all the lights, and you still see your rods good. Yeah, it's a win-win situation. I love my lights. And actually, if I ever get to when I get to 500 subscribers, when I get my to my community page and stuff, I'm actually going to give away a couple sets of them lights. I got one or two sets still at the house waiting to be given away um, on my channel. I got a whole tray full of stuff, or a whole drawer full of stuff at the house. But I ain't too close to it yet, so I still got a minute. I'm still like 70 or 80 away, so it gonna be it gonna be a little bit. And yeah, and those lights come in different colors. You got blue, green, and orange, and purple. Um, my green ones, they're super bright. You can see them from uh, probably 100 yards, 200 yards away. And I normally use my green rod out here because that's my lucky rod. But it become unlucky a couple trips ago because the top guide broke, and then one of the other center guides come loose. So now I got to rebuild the whole rod, which is something I do anyway. I customize rods anyway, so uh, it was due to be customized and rebuilt because it's so old. So now I got a reason to do it. I just gotta get the time. Like I gotta build. I got 9 rods I'm supposed to be building. I'm supposed to be building an ICP rod. Well, a juggalo rod is what it's gonna be. It's not be just necessarily ICP. A juggalo rod. I had about 10 people ask me to make one, and then I gotta make Becca Mutt Ramp. I got her rod that I'm building. I gotta build my wife's rod. Um, my Resident Evil rod. I gotta finish building it. So yeah, I got a lot of work to do. A whole lot of work to do. Yeah, it's pretty warm out here compared to what it's about 5 degrees warmer than what it's been the last 2 trips out. I think that's where our problem is right there. The only reason why I've got this thin jacket on right now is because I've been suffering with heat exhaustion all day and I've been sweating nonstop. And then every time the wind blows, it gets chilly. And I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna wind up getting sick with the wind blowing on me. I better put this jacket on. With the jacket on, I'm right at the comfortable level as far as like I'm not getting overheated, but I'm also not cold. So it's like perfect temperature. I think it's, let's see, I think it's supposed to get down to 76 tonight. I think 76 degrees. Um, and it's been 70 to 72 the last 2 trips I come out. So it's a few degrees warmer. And like I said, the water has dropped a foot. They are starting to pull water out again, which will cause a little bit of an issue. And then on top of that, it's the spawn and everything else. And today, another issue we had today too. The last few times I've come out, it's been overcast skies most of the night, most day, and most night. And then today it's been clear and sunny, and I mean we've had pure sun all day, so it's been baking this water. So they may be out further. They might be out further in the current tonight. Don't know. We have found out that we can't get out in that current because it's ripping so much. Right now my blue rod's the furthest one out, but it's right there on that current seam. Of course, we should be getting into. Yeah, We're still 21 to like 20 minutes away from the flathead time because flatheads usually bite out here about 3 o'clock. So, and I noticed that the last couple trips out, the first hour and a half I was out here, 2 hours, it was hot, hot bite. Then it died down for 2 or 3 hours, and then it picked back up. Well, I missed that first fishing window. I was a little bit later down here. I was about a half an hour, 45 minutes later than I was last time. So I think I missed that hot bite, and I'm on that dead period. Oh, something's tapping the purple rod now. That looks like a catfish bite. They don't look like a drum bite. Fish on, y'all. Oh, my dang no pro stopped working. Now my light won't come on. Come on. What we got, y'all? What we got? We got a kitty, y'all. We got a kitty. I told y'all, it varies. They bounce around, and they wasn't hitting on nightcrawler earlier. Now he hit on nightcrawler. So you never know what they're gonna hit on. I'll put them back out there. Maybe they're getting moving close again. Oh, come on, Dink. Just a dink. There we go. He's a dink, but we will take him, y'all. Crap. This hill's slick. It's all mud. All right. To get him out, we'll get him back in the water. At least it's the right species, y'all. He's an itty bitty one compared to what we've been catching, but you know what? Fishy's a fishy. At least they're starting to bite, or at least he did. I'm gonna get him out, and then see if I can't get another bait out. Oh, sliding down the hill, y'all. I wish I could get closer to that water. I hate dropping them fish. I'm only dropping them 6 inches, but I hate doing that. I'd rather have them slide down a slope and slide into the water than I would dropping them in, but they're literally only dropping 6 inches. Like I said the other day, that's what they did. For a while, they didn't want night crawlers, and all they wanted was night crawlers. So we're gonna see what they go after. I'm gonna put it right back out there and see what happens. And he might be the smallest fish I caught all week, but at least Pepe Le Pew left the bank. Pepe Le Pew has left the bank. I wasted half my dang cigarette, y'all. Oh well. He's worth it, I guess. Here, kitty, kitty, kitty. Do I have a fish radar? Yeah, it's a circle hook. Now I do got a castable fish finder, but I'll be honest with you, I ain't brought it out here yet. I've had it for a year, brand new in the box. But I paid $165 for it, and I'm scared to bring it out and lose it. I've also got an underwater camera too that I've been supposed to be bringing out. The problem of it is I don't like using braid in these spots because I got so much debris out here, and if I use that underwater camera, I gotta have 100-pound test line. I am not gonna play no games with that, and I can promise you right now, if I cast that underwater camera out and it gets hung up, I'm strapping the rod to the bank, and I'm going swimming. Best believe that, because I paid 85 bucks for it. So, and I don't know why my No Pro keeps on stopping. It's driving me nuts. I think the cord's coming unplugged. I think that's what's going on. And yes, I did call it a No Pro. It's not a GoPro. It's a cheap knockoff because I'm cheap and broke. So it is what it is. It does good video when it records. When it records, the audio is horrible. It's a Campax. If anybody goes and buys well, I can't take it out because I just got it to actually come back on. If anybody goes to get an action cam, do not get the Campax. And if you do, make sure you get one of the higher ones up that actually have an external microphone setting, because the internal mic on that thing is junk. I'm talking beyond junk. Me talking at the level I'm talking right now sounds like I'm screaming, and it's all distorted in this camera. I don't know why it does that, but it does. Oh, come on now. The water's just now calming down. We don't want another barge. Do not want another barge yet. See, that's the thing I've also noticed about up in this area. Y'all hear that splash? That was right there on that current seam like I was talking about earlier. They're starting to do it already, where they're getting on that current seam, they're splashing, and they're coming up in this shallow right here to get out of that current. The problem of it is they're going to start coming back in to get out of that current. And I got baits out there in that area, but the problem of it is now we got another barge coming. So as soon as he starts kicking up dust and getting that water bouncing back and forth again, they're going to go back out in the deep to keep them getting bounced around. All I can do is hope that big one that just rolled, because he ain't big, he probably got 10 pounds, 12 pounds, way he sounded. But all I can do is hope that he finds one of my baits before that barge hits here, or hits it when the barge hits it. I haven't had enough barge bites this year. I know last year I was 1-1. I'd get a barge bite every other barge. This year, it ain't been working that way. So, if I'm not gonna get a bite from it, I don't even want them here. And I ought to have that purple rod casted more towards the center right here, where that fish just rolled at, because I noticed the other day when the sun was up, after we had that 8-fish night, that right here was a 25-pound fish, 25 pound, maybe even closer to 30, swimming right here in the shallows, 10 foot from the bank. But he was like right in this center area. And then as soon as he moved out, I seen another one come in, about a 10 pounder. Then I seen a little dink. Then I seen another like 10, 15 pounder. So they're all coming in here to get out of the current so they can rest. There's another one just jumped down here. Or not jump, but roll. But they seem like they always get in the center right here. I got something up the top of the hill coming down, moving grass. I don't know if it's a person or if it's my pet deer, or if it's a raccoon or something coming down here to get my bait. Don't know. Could be anything. Because the trail I'm on right now, usually my spot, I'm further down and it's harder to find me. This spot, anybody can find me. Heck, even John Parker could find me down here. One just rode 2 foot in front of us. And that's no exaggeration. Even John Parker could find me down here. Hey, we're starting to get fish action, y'all. Starting to hear them moving around everywhere out here. It's a good sign. Means they're moving in. No doubt, Willie. Here, fishy, fishy. Actually, I'm gonna mute this camera for a second, y'all. Willie, I'm gonna go bait the water. You know what I'm talking about. Then down the whole bang. So I gotta go bait the water. Yeah, well, I think they all fell asleep too. That and at most everybody done left out tonight. I didn't expect to have anybody in though, because I mean I think Jeremy Terms is still live and everything else, and Hog Leg went live. I didn't know Jeremy. Another big old fish rolling over here, right where I got my night crawler at. Yeah, I didn't know Jeremy Tournament was gonna go live because if I would have known that, I would just sit out here and recorded. Oh, Blue Rod got a tap. You can hear them big fish roll out there, y'all. They're out there everywhere now. Oh, he's still tapping that. Gotta turn my camera on just in case. That's flatty, y'all. You gonna take it? Still tapping. He's still tapping it, but he acts like he don't want to take it too good. We'll see. I might recast this purple rod because I put it in real close, and they're moving right out there about 10 foot past where I've got it at. So Yeah, I can sit there. I just seen a fish in the water. I'm about 5 foot in front of it, 6 foot in front of it. I'll leave it sit for a second till he hits it. Oh well. They're starting to move in, y'all. They starting to move in. Look, he's gonna hit it again as soon as I sit down, y'all. Maybe he ain't taking it because I called him a flathead. Maybe I need to call him a shovelhead like Willie does. Oh, looking beautiful. Looking beautiful, Willie. About 2.5 foot, well, almost 3 foot tall and about 2.5, 3 foot around. Looking real nice. I'm hoping nobody locates them, but you know what? I've already reserved backups, so just in case. Yeah, I've already set up the backups just in case. Because you know, oh, orange rod now. You know, you got to you got to nip the tip a little bit anyway. You know what I'm talking about? You got to nip the tip a little bit, and you got that leftover that you know you could dispose of, or you can use it for other stuff. You know, I usually just nip the tip and reinsert it into the ground. You know, keep the generation going. So its little babies are already looking healthy and strong. If they keep on getting as pretty and as delightful as they are right now, I'll be honest with you, I don't know what I'm gonna do with them. What the heck is over there? There's like skipjack or something jumping right here, which leads me to believe there's a bigger fish in the area over here. When you got the bait fish jumping out of the water, there's something bigger over there. And I'm guaranteeing you that's what it is. I was going to cast this rod out further out towards it, and I didn't. But I might go ahead and do that. Get over here at an angle, wait for one of them to jump and see where they're splashing at, and throw it right out there. But yeah, that's the bad thing about this area. I've noticed that when the water gets real calm, it'll be like a sheet of glass. Even though the current's ripping, it'll still look like a sheet of glass. These fish are on fire. But when it's all choppy like it's been, they ain't hitting. It started slowing down. Current started, or the water started getting less choppy and smoothing out. We got us a dink. We've had 2 nibbles since then too. And we're hearing fish activity again. Now, if we can keep the barges out of the area for at least an hour, we might catch some fish. Just might. But I do think I need to move that purple rod. Because all the fish I'm hearing are 6 to 8 foot past it. And I want to put it right in their faces. The one I caught earlier was out 6 foot further than what I am now. So, would not hurt. Now, right out here where I've been casting the last few times I've been out here and catching all them fish, is about 25 yards out, and it looks like a giant swimming pool. That's what it looks like. It's a big sinkhole, and it reminds me I've got 16 by 4 foot swimming pool, and that's what that crater looks like. I know every time we come down here, when I brought the kids down here, even though they're older, I'm like, y'all watch that hole, y'all fall in there, it's gonna hurt. Well, that's usually above ground and everything else, and now it's underwater, and I guarantee you they're all laying in there. It paid off for me so far. I've caught probably six of the 12 or 14 fish I've caught down here the last couple days, and that one little spot, that one little pool area. Right now, I'm about 5 foot away from it. Matter of fact, I think that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna cast that out a few feet further. No, we don't have gators here. Well, I say that, but this is Kentucky. You never know what's gonna happen. Of course, same way with sharks. See, my motto is jump in and get them. If you go back and watch a lot of my any of my other lives and stuff, or like when I on John Oiler's tournament, I will jump in this water to pull them fish out. I don't care. Now, I hook into a shark or a gator in this place, I can promise you, my new motto will be, I ain't going in there. I will have to rethink my whole strategy. But that whole jump in and get them started off as a joke because me and my brother was out one night and he partakes in some of the greenery things and he drinks a little bit. Well, he had a few brews and a few cigarettes, I should say, and was feeling real good. Well, we was outside. It was thunderstorm. I mean, just bad thunderstorm. Tornado warnings going off. But we was already soaked. I'm like, well, there ain't no sense of leaving. We're already soaked. Well, about that time, we see this tornado come down and hit the water and bounce back up. I looked at him. I said, now it's time to go. I said, that's a little too serious. It's time to go. I mean, it was far enough away where we didn't get affected by it, but still, I'm like, yeah, it's time to go. Um, so I started reeling in, and all of a sudden, I'm like, man, I'm snagged. He's like, do what? I said, man, I'm snagged. And at the time, all I had on was 30-pound braid. And, oh, orange rod, orange rod. Come on, don't just tap it, take it. But I had 30-pound braid on, and I'm like, I'm snagged, but whatever I'm snagged into, I'm pulling it in. It's coming with me, so we're gonna pull it out. Uh-oh, we might get a fishy on y'all. He's out there playing. We're gonna see if he takes it. No. I'll bend it again. Bend it again. I think he's on there. Oh, Pete bit it. Dang it. That's all right, I'm gonna leave it right there. They can chase it a little bit. He bent it, and then he kept on hitting it and stopping, and then he started hitting it again, and then the line went slack. I'm like, yeah, no. If the line went slack after that last hit, I figured he had it in his mouth. I think he did. Luckily, I only rode it in about 2 foot, so maybe we'll get lucky if he didn't get that bait off. And that was on the head, y'all. Like I said, they ain't been hitting on heads all week, but tonight might be a head night, which is all good with me. I got 4 heads sitting right here that are already cut. Oh, oh, purple rod, purple rod. y'all, as soon as this water calms down, as soon as the current or the weight calms down, back at the working. They ain't gonna let me sit down, y'all. Oh, booger. I felt him on there, y'all. I felt him on there. He spit that hook. He spit that hook. Man, he done ate the heck out of that head, though. Ain't nothing left of it. Man. Yeah, I felt him pulling on it. I'm like, you are mine, buddy. See, that's what it was doing the other day when the sun was coming up. I got 9 takedowns in 20 minutes, y'all. And out of the 9 takedowns, I had 3 of them do that. Literally, I feel them on there. You can see me fighting them, and then they spit the hook. And then, sure enough, I got one that got lucky to stay on. But that's all right. We got more head, and I'm gonna put another fresh head out there with all the goodies in there, the blood and stuff, and the brains leaking out. Then I'm gonna throw it right back out there, same area, just in case he didn't feel that hook. Just in case he didn't feel the hook. Now I need to check his purple rod. He hit it pretty good and then he stopped. He might got that night crawler off. No, he didn't get none of the night crawler off. Still looks good. Get it back out there. That's a better spot right there. That's the best spot I've had it in since I've been up down here. As long as it stays. Cause we got a tree out there in the water that's usually above water. And come on, light, turn off. It's usually above water. And yeah, that tree's usually above water. And it's underwater right now. And all them fish are swimming around by that tree. They're all swimming around by that tree over there. And I've been trying to get right up against it without getting in the tree itself. And I ain't been able to do it all week. Now I just cast it out, just to cast it out there in a certain area, just in that general direction, and got it probably 3 foot from that tree. So we'll see if anything's out there. That was some good bite action though. Yeah, they wouldn't like our winters, but you know what? That don't mean anything. That don't mean they couldn't get into the deeper water where it stays warm enough to where they wouldn't die, and keep moving to where they don't die. But see, that's what I'm talking about that good fish action right there, y'all. Bouncing from rod to rod. And it was definitely two different fish because the purple rod was over here, orange rod was out there. And there was no denying that purple rod, that orange rod was a fish because I felt him on there. And you could tell, I mean, there was no ifs, ands, buts about it. Same way with the purple rod. The blue rod, if it bounces a little bit, might be the current or something like that. But no, those are in, the purple rod's in where the debris can't hit it, and the orange rod's too far out. Well, it ain't too far out, but it's right on the edge of the current seam. Because what I'm doing is, with the orange one, is I'm casting it till it hits the current, and then it'll go about 2 or 3 foot, and then it'll drop down and settle as soon as it pushes itself out of current. So I'm right there on that edge of the current seam. That way, if anything swims up, it's right there. I'm just wondering if that was a shovel head, Willie. I'm gonna call it a shovel head just because you're in here. I don't ever call them shovel heads, but I'm gonna call it a shovel head just because you're in here. I wonder if that was a shovel head, the way he was biting. Hit it and quit it, hit it and quit it. I probably should have been more patient. That's all right. Something tells me they'll all be back. You ain't no telling when I'm gonna get on that purple rod if it gets hit. 3B, what is up? Slow night, slow night. We got one dink so far, but we just had some great fish in action going on, a great bite action going on about less than 10 minutes ago. My orange rod was going crazy. I almost hooked him. I felt him on it. The purple rod was bending, the orange rod would bend, and the purple rod would bend. Yeah, it was some fun fishing action, or bite action, I should say. It's just now starting to pick up. We was down here for 2.5 hours with nothing, and now we done had uh, quite a few good bites, and then put one fish on the bank. So it's just now starting to get to that time. I'm starting to hear the fish move around out there again. We had a barge go through and cause a bunch of wake, and then all the fish that was out there getting out of that current seam, biting the baits, was going back out deep to get away from the splash, from the waves. It's just now calmed back down, so they're moving back in, and because of that, we're getting hits. I'm still waiting on that blue rod to go down. That's got that whole bluegill on it. And that's right there in that debris pile, that where all the flatheads are at. I'm hoping they'll hit it. I probably should have made him a flapper. Probably should have flayed up both sides to where when he's sitting there in the current, the meat's sitting there flapping and letting off that scent and making noise and commotion. Looks like something's out there messing with that orange rod again, y'all. Because I know it's not in the current. I didn't put it out. I put it out right in the current seam and waited till it stopped and sit still. So I know for a fact it's not in the current. Or at least not in enough current to make it move, because it's got 8 ounces of sinker of weight on it. It's not enough to make it move. And it's slowly getting like contractions like this. So we shall see. That's what it did a minute ago, and then it started getting good hits. All right, I'm gonna step over to the side of the camera again for a minute. Maybe that'll transpire a bite. It's what it's been doing. Every time I step off the camera, it does it. Turn my back and I'll look in the camera and realize my rod's bent over. By the time I get over there, they don't let go of it. Oh. Oh man. If anybody's in here that don't know why I'm stepping off screen, I have a bad nicotine habit, and my kids have asked me not to fire up on screen. So now I decided I'll step off screen and stand right here to where I can see if anybody comes in, but to where y'all don't have to endure my nasty habits. I actually had somebody get mad at me one night because I was on my own stream doing my thing. So. Want to make sure my dang chat didn't freeze up. It's been doing that a lot for some reason. It just stopped scrolling. Yes, there's something out there about that orange rod. Got a little bit of movement in it. I need to go over though. This time I want it to go all the way over. I should have had that one. He had that rod bent when I reeled down on him. When I reeled down on that orange rod, he had that rod bent, and I felt him jerking. He should have been on there. But see, I've ran that problem a lot this week, and I'm thinking what it is I'm thinking because they're so close to the bank that I'm gonna have to give them an extra few minutes to take it. The problem with that is that they get that bait off in that time period. I don't want to give them too much time because they've been hitting it, loading up the rod, and then they let it go a few seconds later. You got maybe a 10-second window, 15-second window where they've actually got the bait in their mouth. And then they let it out and come back and get it. So as soon as they start loading up that rod, I want to make sure I'm on it and be over there with it. So how many of y'all wound up getting last night, Willie? I left you play in the background pretty much the whole night while I was over trying to edit video. I still got 40 hours worth of editing to do, 50 hours worth of editing to do, but I did get something accomplished last night at least. But I'll let y'all play pretty much until y'all ended stream. I know I saw the one you caught when the camera was blurry. Hey, 3 shovelheads, 3 shovelheads. That's all I got to say. You're doing better than I am, brother, because you know what? So far for the year, I'm 0 on shovelheads. 0. I'm thinking that's what that was on that orange rod, the way it was acting. I probably should have let it go, but he loaded that rod up that last time pretty good, so I thought I had him. I just need to get one on the bank, for real. I don't care if he's big. I don't care if he's 2 or 3 pounds. 4 pound. I don't care. I just don't want to be down here in the flathead hole and not catch a flathead. Especially knowing the blues are probably on spawn. That's why we're catching all these dinks. I mean, the biggest one I've caught out of this area, and I mean, I put in, what, 16, 18 hours in the last, well, not counting the night, put in 16, 18 hours in the last 4 days. And the biggest fish I've hooked into was 20 pounds. So that just tells me they're definitely on the beds or starting to get on beds. Because this is the same spot I was in last year. Well, I was like 20 foot over this way, 30 foot over, well, I'll say about 20 yards over this way, where I hooked that 40 last year. So, yeah, I know there's some big ones that come over here. You see here. First one was probably 6 pounds. Second one, probably 10 pounds. Last one was probably 8 pounds. Hey, I'm sorry, but that's ain't nothing wrong with that. The blue rod's getting tapped finally. Yeah, there it broke free again and it's drifting in the current with that big old bluegill. Well, he ain't too big. He's probably, about that big. Completely. I mean, just if my fingers can touch right here to make a thing, he's probably that big right there. He ain't real big, but big enough for that current to pick it up and start flopping him around. But I'm gonna be optimistic and say it's a fish. I'm gonna be optimistic and say it's an 80-pound shovelhead. They owe me an 80-pounder. The other night when I was out here and I saw that shooting star, I was making a joke because when I caught that first 40 last year, or when well, it wasn't the year before last when I first started my YouTube channel. Yeah, that's a bite. When I first started my YouTube channel and I hooked that 40, literally 10 minutes before that I had seen a shooting star and I was joking around and I was like, I wish for a 40-pound fish caught on one of these rods tonight. Literally 10 minutes later, my lucky green rod went over 39 pounds. And he was probably closer to 50 because he tore my 40-pound scales up. I got home and they're still reading 10 pounds, 12 pounds. So yeah, he bent them out and stretched them out. So he's probably closer to 50. But yeah, I was good with that. So last time I was out here, the night before last, when I come out here, I saw another shooting star, and I wished for an 80-pounder. I figured if it worked once, might as well work a second time. This time I'm gonna wish for something bigger. And then when I got ready to leave later on that night, I said, you know what? You can cut that down to a quarter, just make it a flathead. I'll take a 20-pound flatty. I'll be cool with that. Right now, I'll take a 5-pound, 3-pound. I'd really like to have something over 12 pounds. As far as a flathead, I'd like to have something over 12 pounds. Because since I started this YouTube crap, I have been cursed. I have been cursed. And the reason why I say that is because I used to be in the 100-pound club, and I used to be in the 70-pound club for flatheads, and now I'm in the 10-pound club for flatheads, and the 30, well, pretty much 40-pound club for blues. So I've been cursed. But see, I done made a promise to everybody this year, and I don't want to break that promise. Because I done told everybody I'm breaking every one of my PBs this year. Oh, no doubt, I would too, Willie. Shoot. Oh, oh yeah. I'd probably trade my sister too. Well, she's my stepsister anyway, so yeah, I'd probably trade her. I don't talk to her anyway. I love her to death still. I need to get out and visit her. Our dad just passed away last year, well, about a year and a half ago. That's the first time I'd seen her in almost, I want to say almost 9 years. That was the first time I'd seen her. And I used to help babysit her kids and help her take care of her kids when they was younger. Now her kids have got kids, and I've only met my grandkid, her grandkids once. Yeah, I mean it's my family's like that though. We don't stay in touch. We don't. My mother was the glue that held my whole family together. That's no exaggeration. There was two people in the family that kept everybody together, which was my mom and my Uncle John. When my mom passed away, the family started separating. Not John, but Gary. I'm sorry, my Uncle Gary. When my mom passed away, the whole family started separating. My Uncle Gary fought and pushed the family back together as much as he could, and then when he passed, everybody went their own way. Just divided up. We didn't see nobody, hear nobody. Jay the God, what is up? We got one dink. We got one dink so far, but the bite just started picking up a little bit ago. We started having some heavy action on the orange and purple rod, and then the blue rod just got hit a minute ago. So we're just now getting hits. We had that 2 hour, 2.5 hour dead period, so it's now starting to pick up. Or at least I hope it is. It's acting like it is. We're getting some good bites. And I just missed one on the orange rod because he had it bent over. He had it loaded up pretty good, and then I reeled down on him. And I probably should have waited in a few more minutes. But he had done loaded it up 3 times and let it loose. And the last time he loaded it up, I'm like, oh, while you got it in your mouth, I'm going to reel down and hook you. I'm fishing the Ohio River down in Louisville, Kentucky. I'm actually in my flathead spot right now, but it hasn't paid off the last 3 visits. Only thing I've caught is blues. The first night I come out, I caught 3 blues. The second night I come out, I caught 7 total. Um, they one I mean wasn't on live though, and then 2 drum. And tonight, the only thing I caught was a little dink blue. I'm talking a little bitty dink. He'd be lucky to push 3.5 pounds. The first night I was out here this week, I hooked an 8 pound, then I hooked a 20 pound, now I hooked about a 5 pound. The 20 pound and the 8 pound was on that purple rod, which is my lightest gauge rod. It's a medium action. And I caught the 20 pounder and the 8 pounder on a piece of bait the size of a nickel. Seriously, the size of a nickel. And then the orange rod got hit, and I had a piece of bait about the size of a silver dollar on it, and it had the smallest fish of the night on it. So I don't understand it. Then big fish passed up that big bait and went after the small ones. Oh, I understand that. If I could fish on the Potomac, I best believe I would. Now, see, this river used to be as good as the Potomac. We've been talking about that. I was trying to explain that to Brian B, and I think I upset him. He thought I was hating on him for it. I'm not hating on them. I'm glad they got good waters. You know what I'm saying? But I was just trying to warn them and give them a heads up because I've been there, done that. This water 35 years ago, no exaggeration, I can come out every night and catch 25 fish, and at least a couple of them be in the 40s. No exaggeration. Now, if I come out and get 3 or 4 fish a night, it's a great night. They've done drained and killed this river so bad. And I try to explain to him, I'm like, brother, I'm glad y'all got good waters, but here's what I'm concerned with. Maryland's already wanting to kill all them blues off. They want to kill the blues and the flatties. You know, how many anglers are actually doing that right now? You know, I know all the YouTubers are not. They're putting them back on purpose just to keep them in the water and also to uh, irritate the masses as far as, you know, the government part of it. But I guarantee you there's quite a few anglers out there right now pulling them blues and flatties out and killing them. It might take a while, but I can promise you right now, if they put a strict kill order out on them, that that river is going to be shot in a few years, and I hate to see it. I hate to see it. I mean, I've almost broke every state record here in Kentucky. Tonight I got bluegill and nightcrawler, and I had a 12-inch bullhead when I started, but he died out when on the way down here, and he was still breathing and everything. So I put the hook in him and put him in the water and let him sit there for about 5 or 10 minutes to see if he'd regain his composure and start swimming. But all he did was flip upside down. So I went ahead and cut a big chunk of him out, and I mean about a pound chunk of him, and threw it out on that blue rod, and it sit out there for almost 2 hours and didn't get a nibble. So then I changed out and put a whole bluegill on there, and it got hit. Yeah, I know y'all got snakehead problems. I wouldn't mind catching snakehead though. I mean, I wouldn't want to have them in my waters because I can guarantee you right now it'd cause an issue. I mean, right now the issue we have is they've done taken out every year on average. This is according to Kentucky Fish and Wildlife. On average, they take out close to 70 tons of catfish out of the Ohio River every year. 70 tons. And the bad about it is they try to put a limit on it. They try to put where you can't take any, the commercial fishermen can't take anything above, I think it was 30 pounds. Now I think it's 20 pounds. You're not supposed to take it, or 25, something like that. You're not supposed to take anything bigger than that. And I've seen them at the boat ramps unloading these fish. And they're pulling 50s, 60s, 70s out of the boat. Fish and Wildlife sitting there watching them do it, laughing and giggling, talking to them. I'm like, yeah, somebody's paying somebody off. They don't care. They're out for the quick buck. They don't care if it kills the river. I mean, the average fish, the average blue don't start spawning until it gets almost 30 pounds. So, I mean, you got to put them back so they can actually reproduce. And then it gets worse because the commercial fishermen be watching all the YouTubers and tracking them down and taking their spots. I catch one out here, I'll sink them. I can see them now yelling. I can see them now yelling across the dang river. Yeah, I heard they're real good eating. Real good eating. Yeah, I can hear the commercial fishermen right now. You're blowing holes in my ship. Yep, I sure am, buddy. Oh, they're starting to roll in again. Yeah, all the action we've had the last 3 trips. This is my 3rd trip out this week, and all the action we've been getting has been within a probably 30 foot, 40 foot in front of us, and it's because there's the current seam. There's a current break right here, and they're coming out of that current to calm down to catch their breath, and then they're swimming in this shallow water right here because it concaves a little bit right here, and they're coming in here to relax and get recatch their breath from swimming in that current. And as soon as you start hearing them do that, you'll start hearing them roll here in a minute. And as soon as you start hearing them splash like we just did that one, you'll hear 2 or 3 of them do it. Next you know, I'll start getting bites because they're swimming in. Or at least that's how it's been working. And as long as we don't get no barges, I'm optimistic we're gonna start getting some bites again soon. I mean, I'm debating on if I should switch baits back out on this purple rod. I keep on bouncing back and forth between bluegill and nightcrawler on the purple rod because the other day I caught a bunch of them on nightcrawler. The day before that I couldn't catch anything on nightcrawler. So far the only one I've caught was on nightcrawler. So but then again the bluegill's been getting hit crazy. So no, though the blue and orange rod are Muddy River flathead rods, and the purple rod is a B&M Silver Cat, one of the cheap Walmart ones. I've got them wrapped with eel wire. That way they light up. I mean, that's not a light. That's the actual. Here, look, let me turn this. Give me a second. I'll show you something. Yeah, that's not a light. That's not a black light or nothing shining on. That's the actual rods lighting up like that. Because the place I fish, as you can see when I turn the lights off, there's no street lights. There's no anything else around for miles. So these fish are used to being in total darkness. So when I start putting a bunch of light out here, it throws them off. So I keep my ring light on medium. I've got my light, remote control light that when I catch a fish, I can turn the light on to light it up to where y'all can see. And then I just keep it dark other than that. That way the fish bite. But I tell you what, those rods work pretty good. I mean, I can see them from about 100 yards away if I'm down the bank. Well, when the bank ain't flooded, because right now it's up by 22 foot still, 24 foot still. According to the report, they're up 24 foot. Now they are slowly pulling water out. Let me check something. I hate shining my light right down into directly into the water. Yeah, see that's why we're not getting many bites right now. They've done dropped the water about 4 inches, 5 inches since I've been out here. They was only supposed to be dropping it an inch every 4 hours, and I've been out here less than 4 hours and it's done dropped 6 inches. Usually when they start pulling the water out like that, the bite just cuts off, and I think that's what they're doing. You would think though these fish would be used to this water rising and raising and lowering and so much, because I'm right between two power plants, and both power plants pull water in and take water and shoot water out. So it's constantly raising and lowering the level. So you would think these fish would be used to that by now because the power plant's doing it so much. But I've noticed when it's on a severe drop like that, the bite cuts off. It cuts off. And you can tell when the power plants are draining water or pumping in water because you can hear the power plant. You hear a loud knock, like 3 loud knocks, like dong, dong, dong. And that's them opening up the gates or whatever. And you can watch the water and either it'll start draining down or it'll start rising up, one of the two. And it'll come up or down 2 or 3 inches in about an hour. So I mean, you would think these fish would be used to that by now. Of course, I wish I could see where my current's at right now. It looks like it's still rushing pretty good. Usually when they start dropping the water that fast, the current almost comes to you know, it drops down quite a bit of speed. I mean, literally, it's like I don't know my knots and stuff like that as far as my nautical knots and stuff, but I go by miles per hour. If there's a can floating down the stream, the river, I can tell you about how fast it's going. It is going 5, 10, 12 miles an hour, whatever. And right now it looks like it's moving about 20 like it's been doing. And usually when they start draining the water, it drops it down to 10. But it ain't doing that yet. Because if it would drop it down, I could actually cast out towards the there's a, well, I don't know if I can get out to it right now or not with this water being up, because I'm actually 26 foot, about 26 foot up the bank. So I've got an extra 26 foot to cast out. And there's a current seam out there, not a current seam, but a drop off out there. And usually when the current ain't ripping it that fast, when it's doing about 10 mile an hour, you can actually sit on the bottom with 8 ounces and put it anywhere you want to. But right now, 8 ounces is just dripping down river. When I put it out in that little, in that drop off, I still thought about putting it back out there in the drop off, taking that blue rod, walking it over here, casting it this direction as far as I can get it, since the current's going this way, and let it walk until it stops. I did that earlier and it just kept on, well, I cast it out this direction from over there, and it just kept on going, going, going. And it's got 10 ounces on it, won't stay still. I think I need to move these rods around or something. I need to do something. I can't just sit here if, see, they're starting to roll over here and move around again. They're in these shallow waters up close to the bank, but they're not hitting. Of course, I did just cast this purple one out a little bit further than what I normally been casting it out, next to the tree, because they was jumping out further out there. Maybe I should have left it where I had it at, because we did get a hit on it. Matter of fact, I'm gonna move them around a little bit, y'all. I can't just sit here if they're not getting bites. I gotta move them. I can't move spots because the river's so flooded. This is the only open spot for 26 miles, so I can't move spots. So all I can do is move baits. I got to do something if we ain't getting bites. He ain't touched that crawler. I may wind up putting a piece of bluegill back on there if he ain't touching the crawler. I'm gonna cast it out here towards the middle of the shallows right here. That's about 10 foot right there, but it's got zero current right there. So let's see what happens there. Put him right out there in front of us. See if we get a takedown. Because you would think if the catfish ain't in the area, the drum or something should be. They usually are, but carp, drum, that might have been me. Yeah, it's probably me. This mud's so soft over here. It's in a perfect spot. I don't understand it. It's in a perfect spot. It still looks good. I'm gonna try to see if I can cast it out this way to the current seam, then let it drop a few feet after it gets in the current. See what happens. See if I can transpire something doing that. It was working the other day. It ain't worked yet tonight, but we're gonna try. You quit flashing. Yeah, current's still moving pretty good because it's drifting down. It's settled at this angle right here. Let me see if I can pull this one in and do something with it. If I can get it out of that debris. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know if I can get it out of here for you or not, y'all. Oh crap, that was me. Did I break off? No, he got my bluegill, y'all. Or I pulled it off, one of the two. Booger, man. At least I ain't getting all that grassy junk built up on here. I'm getting a little bit, but not much. That means the debris is not coming through as bad. Alright, I'm gonna cut me a big old bluegill chunk. And I'm gonna try to zing this out there and see if I can't get it to hit that midsection or whatever. See if I can't get it out. It looks like the current's trying to slow down a little bit, so if it is slowing down, maybe I'll be able to get it way out there in that channel where it drops off. Throw me a decent sized chunk out there and see what happens. See if I can't get it out kind of deep. Get it in that channel and see if it'll stay anywhere. See how long it takes to set in. Yeah, that current's down a little bit because that's earlier it took it probably a minute and a half, 2 minutes for it to actually lock in place somewhere, and that locked in a lot quicker time. So that current must be slowing down. That may be our issue, y'all. Maybe because they're draining all this water off and they're slowing the current down. Now I was going to change out that worm, but that worm's still moving. Andy A, what is up? Good morning. We got one dink so far. The bite has been awful tonight. It ain't been good like it was the other couple nights where we had that 2 or 3 hour dead zone, but before we had that couple good hours of fishing too, where we getting bite after bite. Well, it's like it slowed down where we didn't have nothing for the first hour and a half, 2 hours, and then all of a sudden it just started hitting. I caught one fish, and then the orange rod started getting hits, and I hooked into something. Well, I felt him on there, but I didn't hook him. Um, he spit the hook on me, and then the purple rod was getting hit, then the blue rod was getting hit, then it go back to the orange rod, then it go back and forth. So we had a few minutes, about 20 minutes there, where it was just a hot bite, but nothing would hook up. But they're dropping our water right now, and because of that, the current's slowly dying down, and all that happening at one time will throw the fishing way off. But I don't understand because usually even if this water's dead calm, I'm catching drum or carp, one of the two. I mean, I'm always catching something on nightcrawler out in this area. But even no matter what they're doing to the water, they're usually biting. Right now, they're not even biting. So I don't know. Maybe it's just that time, y'all. Maybe it's just that time. Maybe it'll pick up here in the next hour or so. I thought it would be on fire right now. Yeah, 'cause we're moving out of bite time right now. We're moving out of prime bite flathead time. 'Cause our prime flathead time here is usually uh, between 3 and 4 o'clock. Is when we normally get most of our flathead bites, and we're pushing 4 now. So I don't know. It is what it is. We can't win them all. And at least Pepe Le Pew is off the bank. That's all that matters. I mean, for me, this has been an amazing week because one, I've been at the river fishing 4 times or 3 times now, and I've been at the creek about 6 times this week. So you know what? That's more fishing I've done in one week than I've done in probably the whole last year. And I'll be back out again this week, most likely. I'm supposed to be out here Friday, as far as I'm aware. So I'm gonna be out here Friday just to make sure. I volunteered my services. Unfortunately for me, I'm praying that this water stops acting stupid. Oh, orange is getting tapped. I'm praying this water stops acting stupid. I'm a 15-minute walk away, Andy. You can't. There's no place to drive down here or park or nothing, so I have to walk down. Plus, I don't have a vehicle that runs right now. My wife's got the only running vehicle of the house. We've got, let me see here, a Dodge Caravan. She's got a Hyundai GX350. I've got a Mountaineer and a PT Cruiser. And the only one that runs out of any of them is the Dodge Caravan. And I don't take it anywhere unless I have to. I mean, I've had access to it all week. Oh, Blue Rod just got smacked. I've had access to it all week, but I haven't messed with it too much because I don't have the money to put the gas in it, and I don't want to burn the gas out of it. Because she's almost an hour away from me right now, and if an emergency was to happen, well, worse than what it already has, because she's got real bad health issues and a blood disorder, and she fell. Texas Tiger, how's it going? I don't know if you heard me a minute ago or not, because it had to reconnect. But yeah, I didn't want to use all of her gas up, so I just walked down here. It's about a 15-minute walk. It's a pain in the butt carrying all this gear, but at the same time, um, if they cut the grass, it's not as bad. And the reason, oh, purple blue rod's getting hit again. Something keeps on pulling it loose. I'm waiting till they load it up. Oh, they about to load it, y'all. I can feel it. I can hear them out there jumping. Like I said, they're starting to move back in again. They're moving in and out, in and out, in and out. But yeah, if they cut the grass, it's not so bad because I have a golf cart caddy, one of the golf caddies for the golf bags, and I'll throw my bag and all my gear in it, and I'll just roll it on down. I mean, it's a pain getting down these hills because, I mean, literally, I'm climbing down hills that look like this. Well, let me see here, about like that, and they're 25-foot drops. So it's pain getting the cart down those, but other than that, it's an easy walk all over here. Got quite a few small hills and stuff, but they're nothing. They're not anything that you couldn't do. It's just it's almost impossible right now because the grass is up to my neck. The cart won't roll through it. But because of these hills, nobody will fish with me. I found one person that will fish with me. My buddy James, he'll come down here when he's got a day off, but right now they got him on triple overtime, so he ain't coming down. Oh yeah, I mean I ain't got a problem driving if I got a vehicle. I will drive to a spot. Well, there again, another thing y'all have advantage of us on too. Um, y'all have more access spots on the Potomac. We don't have none. I did a video last year of me walking, and I walked up the flood wall, which is right up, right up the hill right here. Um, and I was walking on the flood wall, which goes 25 miles. It goes all the way from a little bit past my house all the way to downtown Louisville. So it goes about 25 miles, maybe even 30. And I walked a good 5 of it total. And there is no fish access. There are signs posted everywhere, no fishing, everywhere. You get downtown, they chase you away. They tell you can't be down there. You park somewhere, they tow your car. We actually, here in Kentucky, we literally, that I know of, there is only 3 spots within a 200-mile radius of here that is 24-hour access. 3 spots. And I'm sitting in one of them right now. When me and Van tried to do John Oiler's couch tournament, I had to drive an hour and 10 minutes to get to the spot. I had to drive an hour and 10 minutes to get to the spot, to find one spot that was allowing us to be there 24 hours. That was the closest location to us, was an hour and 8 minutes away. And in a vehicle that's about to blow up, and it's the only running vehicle, that's not a good idea to keep traveling that distance. I bet you that booger done moved my line. I'm sitting there looking at the way that rod's angled. No. Okay. When he was bouncing that blue rod, I thought he might have broke it loose and it might have drifted all the way back down the river. But no, he didn't. It's still sitting where it was at. So that's good. He's dropped it back down in the same spot or with it right in the same area. Of course, he could have got that bait off too. I'll give it a few minutes and I'll check it. I wouldn't think that bait would have been that easy to get off though. I put it on there pretty good. Oh yeah, all kinds of good spots down there. We don't have them. I mean, literally, they basically they don't want people fishing the river. They don't. Now, if I go across the bridge, if I go to the Indiana side, uh, there's like 10, 15 spots that are 24 hours. Now, the issue with those spots are you can't park there. You can fish there, but you can't park there, which makes no sense. But at the same time, one of them is the falls, which is one of the places where everybody fishes at. And if you go up to the falls during the day, you can buy a parking pass for overnight for $2. It's either $2 or $4. You can park overnight in the parking lot, but you have to be there before the Falls Museum closes, and heck, nobody wants to go over there at 3 o'clock in the afternoon if they're going to be night fishing, because then they get over at 3 o'clock in the afternoon and they're out there uh, waiting for 6 hours for the bite to turn on. Because in this river, we don't usually get bites except for our main bite time is after 9 o'clock at night. That's when our main bite starts. 8:45 to 9 o'clock is when our main bite starts. Something's out there messing with the blue one again, so apparently that bait's still on there. Until he loads it up, I'm not even worried about him. But yeah, we don't have no spots. See, I lucked into this spot though because I didn't want to buy the house I'm living in. Uh, it's too close to where my son used to live, and he's passed on, so I didn't want to be in this area. But it was the only house we could get at the time because my loan was running out. The loan time period was running out. So we went ahead and jumped on the house. And I'm like, yeah, it's great that I can look out my back door and see the trees right by the river. Because I can see these from my back. These trees I'm underneath of, I can see from my back door. It's just a pain in the butt that you got to go 15-minute walk to get to them and everything else. But the good thing about it is you can come down here and fish. Uh, this is the one location that does not say you cannot fish. The only stipulation it has, it says no fishing during or after rain events. That's all it says. So if you got a major storm coming in or just left, you're not supposed to be down here. Other than that, you can fish it. And we actually have about 100 yards of bank down here to choose from. And there's some nice ones in here. I've done hooked 240s. So last year I hooked, in one night, I think I hooked close to 7 fish, all over 20 pounds. So there's some nice ones in here. It's just getting over here to get it. And catching it at the right time, because if they bring the water up, if they're raising the water up, we get good bites. If they're taking the water out, our bite just dies. And that's what's going on right now. This water is steadily dropping. It's went down at least 6 to 8 inches since I've been here, which is what I did not want to see. And after 7 a.m., it's supposed to drop a foot an hour or something close to that. I really hate to be down here after 7 a.m. if it's dropping a foot an hour. Something big moving in them trees. Wanted to make sure it wasn't that dang mountain lion. I don't want him running up on me. I'm pretty sure he'll have a worse day than I do, but I don't want him running up on me. Y'all, for everybody that stayed in here for this long, I appreciate it. I'm sorry we ain't been able to get on these fish like we've been getting on them. Our last 2 trips were decent trips. The last trip was definitely a decent trip. You know, like I keep on saying, 3 fish a night on the Ohio River is a good night. to pull off 8 fish, even though 2 of them were drum, to pull off 8 fish, that's a good night. But yeah, I wish we could get on them again. It's like they're coming in and going right back out. I'm literally seeing them coming in. You'll hear them splash. As soon as you hear one splash, you'll hear 2 or 3 of them splash. Then we'll start getting nibbles. And then all of a sudden, for 20, 30 minutes later, nothing. I really hate to keep on shining my light out in this water, but I really want to see if I can see how fast this current's going. Yeah, that current looks like it's half of what it was when we come out, y'all. I'm telling you, I guarantee that's what's killing our bite. Them dropping this water and that current dying down. Now all we can do is wait for something to swim by and snatch something. Because they don't have a reason right now. If that current ain't ripping, they don't have a reason to come into this cove. And this purple rod right here, it's in an area right now. It's casting the exact area that I landed 6 of them 10 or 11 fish this week. And it ain't budging. It's in the same area I landed that one earlier. So, yeah, I think that's what it is. I think it's them draining the water and stuff. I ain't gonna give up though. There ain't no sense of giving up on it. You never know, one of them big boys might just swim through here and snatch it and run with it. I've had nights I've sit out here for 10 hours, 12 hours straight, and I get a nibble, and then all of a sudden get one huge takedown and be a, 30 pounder. And be the only fish we catch all night. So, I'm just going to keep on moving the baits around, making sure there's baits on the hooks, and see what happens. That's all we can do. Oh, you say flatheads see the light? Yeah, they can see lights. That's the one thing. Right now, where all the flatheads are at, they're actually over here in front of this tree, out about 30 yards out this direction. That's why I'm casting out that way, because that's where all the flatheads are at, or at least that's where they've been at for the last 2 years, 3 years I've been here. So far, I've been out that area. I've cast that blue rod and left it out in that area for almost 2 whole nights, and only got one little nibble. So I don't know if they're still there or what, or if somebody's trashed their habitat. I don't know. I know there was a living in that brush pile. I know for a fact there was a 45 pounder in there. I know for a fact he was in there because a buddy of mine caught him 2 years ago. Caught him right out of that brush pile. And he caught a couple 20s and a 30 also. So I know they're in there, or at least they were. But it just ain't working for us yet. But then again, our water just now got warm. Our flatheads ain't moving around like everybody else's is. I mean, they're moving, but they're not on a move. They're just now starting to do it. Oh, something's tapping the orange rod. He's out there tapping on it. He takes it off. That's what they've been doing all night, y'all. Hit it and then quitting it. Okay, I'm gonna step off screen for a second to take care of my bad habits, and then I'm gonna be standing right here next to the screen. Hopefully, I had to run and get a takedown. Hopefully, I don't fall in the river when I do it too. Because at the angle I'm in, y'all won't be able to see it if I do. And like I said earlier, if I'm gonna fall down this hill and fall in this river, I want y'all to be able to watch. Now I want to have that on recording so my kids can watch. See, I've managed to go 2 years on YouTube without any major bloopers. I mean, I've had a little stumble like I had earlier, which is a little trip, which we all do. But as far as an actual blooper, new. Haven't had any on cam in 2 years, and I'm trying to keep it that way. Because if I get a blooper, it better be a big one. It better be something almost catastrophic. Oh crap. Like right now where this bank is, there's where the sand's washed down, it's like steps. And I'll stand on the edge and it'll break free and a chunk of it'll roll down the river. Come out from underneath your feet like it's doing me right now. Luckily, it's only about a 6-inch drop to the next level. Oh, fish on. Oh, hit it and quit it for real. Hit it and quit it for real. What the pig? Man. I know y'all saw that. The 4 people in the house had to see that purple rod bend in half. Yeah, my current seam is now, instead of being out 10 foot or 30 foot in front of me, my current seam, I can see it now, is out like 60 foot or 60 yards. So that current seam's moved way out towards the middle. All right, well, I'm gonna give him a minute. I'm pretty sure he probably got that worm off after that hit. Pretty sure he probably got that worm off after that hit. Guess not. Fish on, y'all. Did you get it, my orange line too? That sounds like a nicer fish, y'all. Let me get my light on. That sounds like a little bit nicer fish. He ain't that great. He might go 10 pounds. He might go 10 pounds. Whoa. See if I can get down this hill without falling, y'all. Now can I get back up the hill is the question. What if I turn my headlamp on so I can see what I'm doing? Yeah, if I turn my headlamp on, y'all can see what I'm doing. Now I gotta try to see if I can get up this hill. Yeah, I don't think he's gonna hit 10. He might hit 8. I'm not even gonna worry about weighing him though, because he ain't no record or nothing. We just take him. Alrighty. Where are my grippers at? I done smushed them down in here. They got that hook pretty deep. I'm gonna have to fight to get that sucker out. Come here, open your mouth. Open your mouth. I told you what to do. You need to listen to me. There you go. Now, you smile for the camera and you go back in the water. Actually, he might go 5 pounds, y'all. but he's a fish. Alrighty. Now we're gonna slide you down the hill because I can't get to the water. Put you on this mudslide. It's real slick, and you're gonna slide down real good. Not like that, you're not. There you go. One more way. Alright, you're good, buddy. You're good. Alrighty. Let me get another worm out there, y'all. If my current seems breaking where it looks like it's breaking at, then I'm gonna have to go out a lot further with these rods. A lot further with these rods, because my current seam looks like it went out a good 60 yards now. So them fish ain't gonna be in as close. That one was in real close, but that's probably a fluke too. But I definitely need a new worm on there. He got that worm. If he didn't, I would let him have it anyway. But well, it's a 2-fish night, y'all. Now this has got the smallest sinker on it out of the bunch. This has only got 4 ounces on it. So current takes it real quick. So I'm gonna cast it out a little bit further and see if it actually sets. If it sets out where I'm gonna cast it at, then I might cast these other ones out further. Well, it's still got a pretty good current right there, because it's still pointed down river a little bit. So, but we right there, right where I want to be at. So we'll leave them alone. Yeah, good night, nightcrawler fish. Yeah, it's definitely a good nightcrawler fish. That ain't nothing though. We caught some bigger ones like on nightcrawler the night before last. I caught one pushing 10 pounds on nightcrawler. I mean, literally a few ounces under 10 pounds. Oh, I'll get back again. I just put that out there, y'all. What I'm gonna have to do is like I said, my current seam is going further out now. So I've got to get further out to get to that current seam. I got to get further out to get that current seam. That's okay. I know where to cast to. The other day, that's how they hit me. I caught 2 of them back to back in 24 minutes on nightcrawler on that same rod. So I'll take a hot bite like that. He's still out there with it, y'all. He's pulled it up. He's about to take it. He's about to take it. I think he swam in with it. No, it's still tight. He put slack in the line, then he tightened it back up. Yeah, he's still out there messing with it. Of course, that could be a drum the way he's acting. Could be a drum the way he's acting. But right now, a fish is a fish. I'll take some fish action. Can I do what I was doing again? Can I finish up? I mean, I've only had to put it out 3 times. Just 3. And actually, I haven't put it out, thrown it on the ground and went out on its own. Can I finish up? Because if you want it, you can have it. You just got to take it and go. I'm giving it to you. Just take it and go. You have my permission. If you're not stealing it, I'm giving it to you. Take it and go. Because if not, you can leave it alone. Thank you. Gotta talk to him. Gotta explain to him what's going on. And I was about to mute the mic so I can get rid of some of this energy drink I've been drinking. But I might have to wait a second. Because something tells me if he didn't get that nightcrawler off there, he coming back. He might have got that nightcrawler off there. But if he did, I'll put another one on there. I still got about 20 left. I'll put one on there and I'll throw it right back in that same spot. See if I can fit him another one. And actually, y'all, I am going to mute this mic for a second because I do got to get rid of some of this energy drink. He tried to catch me with my pants down, y'all. Back up to 8 wonderful people in the house. He tried to catch me with my pants down. As soon as I unzipped, I saw the rod tip bounce. I'm pretty sure he got the worm off by now. After those hits, he had to get that worm off there. And I honestly need to check that orange rod too because we got that good hit on it earlier and it had that body section on it. He could have got that body section off because I ain't seen him come back. You know, maybe that worm's still on there. Like I said, that acts like a drum though, the way it's smacking it. A drum or a carp. We can't get lucky enough to hook a carp. Because if I was to hook a carp, we'd be definitely catching fish. Well, I'd have to hook a carp under 8 pounds. I mean, under 3 pounds. He would have to be under, he'd have to be under this size right here. If he's anything more than that, I'd throw him back. Because if I'm not going to be able to use him, I'm not going to keep him. Of course, then again, I do need bait, so I might take him. Depends on how big he is. But I don't see it happening. I don't foresee us getting carp. I'm pretty sure that nightcrawler's gone by now, but I'm going to check the orange rod first. Yeah, it feels like the weight, like the bait's gone off of this one. It's coming in awful easy. Come on now. My bait's still on there. Of course, I gotta get it out of the leaves now. Come on. Trying not to hook myself. Done got had by a hook this week already. The fish I caught off screen got me last week or the other day. Oh, that was a head. I thought that was a body chunk. So the body chunk must be on the blooper. Because I got the head on this. Alright, well, the head still looks good. And in fact, you know what? Just freshen it up. I got a small body chunk here. I'm going to throw a small body chunk on with the head. Just to give it some scent. Make sure it's got some fresh scent on it. Put some more of that blood on there. Alright. Let's get it on out there, and I'm going to check that nightcrawler rod, y'all. And then put it right back out where I had it at. Because it's all the way up in front of it already. We done maneuvered it. Yeah, that current's died down a lot. But that's actually stationary. Let's see. I can't really see this line. This that black mono from Cascade. It's hard to see that line, but I tell you what, the fish can't see it for sure. And it works like a dream. I should have wound up being a spokesman for Cascade because I'm always advertising stuff for them. I advertise their reels, I advertise their rods, I advertise their string. They just can't put me on the payroll. Heck, a lot of times I'm out here, I got a dang Cascade hat on. So yeah, they know I just put me on the payroll. I need to go ahead and change the batteries on this headlamp. It's getting dead. Alright, so I'm gonna run back over there where I had him at and see what that goes again, y'all. Let's see if we can do that again. Alright. Back down to 4 people. 420. Alright, y'all. I know I just took care of my nicotine habits, but I need to take care of my nicotine habits again because half that got wasted running back and forth on that rod. Hopefully it'll happen again though. Only this time I hope he eats that hook a little better. I hope he takes that hook a little bit better. Time for one of these other rods to get hit, y'all. Oh, I say that, and then the orange rod gets tapped, y'all. Cool. Go on, take it. You have my permission. You can have it. Just grab it and run. Just grab it and take it with you. Just grab all of it at once. Don't just grab a piece of it, grab it all. Don't worry, that hard thing in there is just bone. It'll dissolve. It's not a hook, it's just a bone. Just grab it all and just go with it. He's thinking about it. Oh, so's that one now. That's a drum. I guarantee it's a drum. If it's a drum, I'm gonna get it here in a second. Now, as soon as I step over, he's gonna stop. I'll walk away, he'll hit it. I know I ain't casting a shadow, so actually, you know what? I might be, y'all. Let me move my light. I didn't think about that. I forgot to readjust my ring light earlier. There we go. I forgot to readjust my ring light. I might be casting a shadow in there. It might be chasing him off when he hits. Can y'all still see the rods? Yeah. Because normally I'll have my ring light facing towards the bank this way to where it's not showing my shadow on the thing, but I was actually angled that like this way towards the rods with the light. So I could have cast my shadow. You don't want to do that. You don't want to cast a shadow. See, back. That's definitely a drum. That's definitely a drum, y'all. I can guarantee you right now it's a drum. I know how they bite. That's all right. I'll take him. I don't mind catching drum, especially on that rod right there. They put up a good fight. And I'm a fisherman. I like to catch fish. I don't care what kind of fish it is. I prefer to catch cats, but I'll catch anything that bite my hook. And I'm happy with anything that bites my hook, except for a turtle. I don't like turtles. Wind's starting to pick up now. Alright, y'all. I'm gonna sit here and chill and wait and see what he does. Because I'm already getting shaky, so I gotta sit down. I can only stand up for so long before I start getting real weak and shaky. Oh yeah, they definitely hungry out there. I'm surprised he ain't hit it again. But I'm 99% sure that's a drum, the way he shakes that rod. Because when he hit it, it goes like that. But the bad about it is I should be too far out to catch a drum. Because I'm right there on the current seam. They like this calmer water. And I done got out of the calm water. Or I'm not as close up as I was. I put it back out further because the current seam's going out further. I'm trying to stay on that current seam. Now my brother would love to be out here catching drum. I think he'd probably rather have a catch a drum right now than he would a catfish. I've been ending my streams about 7 o'clock. Been ending them about 7 o'clock. 6:37, somewhere around in there. I think last night before last, I think I ended at 6:30. Now, when I've got the time to do it, if I don't have to go get bait that day, if I already got the bait and everything else, I like to do 7 to 7s is what I normally do. I like to pull a full 12 hours and get out here. That way I can catch that hot bite at 9, between 8:30 or 8:45 and 9:45, 9 or 10, somewhere in there. That's when the hot bite usually hits. And I like to be out when that happens. I've been trying to do that all week, but unfortunately the bluegill in the creek have not been cooperating. If I was smart, I would have put 2 or 3 of these bluegill up and not brought them all with me, but the last 2 times I've come out here, I've come close to running out of bluegill. Matter of fact, the last time I come out, right after I ended the stream, I stayed out here for an extra 30 minutes, 10 minutes of it was me packing up, and I didn't get a nibble. And then when I was packing up, I walked through and I saw a 25-pound, 30-pound blue doing circles right here in front of me. So I pulled in all my rods and threw them out, 20 foot in front of me. And I got 9 bites or 9 takedowns in 20 minutes. And I got most of them on camera, including me hooking a couple of them and then spitting the hook. And then I caught one. I hooked it. I landed one, and he got me with the dang hook right across my thumb. He stuck it in there, and it popped out and ripped. I was a little bit irritated by that. Yeah, see, they're starting to jump out there again, but they're jumping out further than they were jumping out. They were jumping out about 30, between 30 and 50 foot out. Now they're closer to 100, 200, 100, 150. I mean, yeah, I can't catch them on live bait here, Willie. I guess because we got so many blues. I've only had 2 live baits hit in the last 2 years of me being on YouTube. I've only had 2 live baits taken, and I didn't hook up on either one of them. One was about a 10-inch bullhead, about the size of the bullhead I had tonight, and the other one was on a big bluegill. But I mean, they hit it and just bent the rod to the point to where you thought it was going to snap, and then just let go of it like a slingshot, and then it was over. They never come back for it. Oh, I wouldn't doubt it, Andy. I wouldn't doubt it. I've seen it happen. Well, heck, last year I was out here doing a 1v1 versus catfish regulators, because we've been joking around about doing it for a long time. And we finally set it up one night, and I come out here, and I caught 3 baby flatheads back to back on Nightcrawler. And I told him, I'm like, dude, I'm going to use these. I had my green rod, my blue rod, and my purple rod out here. And I told him, I said, dude, I'm going to use this purple rod for bait. He goes, I don't care what you use it for. I said, well, eel are supposed to be running through here right now. I'm going to try to see if I can't catch an eel, because I've never caught one. And they was on the travel for the spawn. I'm like, so I'm gonna try to catch me one. And then so I threw it out there way deep with a night crawler on it. And I'm talking halfway. I know it was 100 yards out. And next you know it went over. I'm like, oh, fish. Pull it in. About a 1 or 2 pound flatty. Take it off. Throw it back out. A few minutes later, 1 or 2 pound flatty. Same thing. Back to back. He was making fun about it because he's like, all I need is one fish and I'm done one tonight, buddy. I'm like, yeah, one fish will beat all 3 of mine. He did. He got that. He got me good though, because I mean, I think he wound up beating me with like 16 pounds or something. But he got lucky. He honestly got lucky because I had a takedown on my blue rod, and I felt him pull. And when I felt him pull, I know for a fact he was every bit of 35 pounds, every bit of it. And I'm like, oh yeah, fish on. About that time, he spit the hook. I'm like, oh no, fish off. He goes, dang it, Troy, I thought you was going to go ahead and end the tournament real quick so we can go home and get some sleep. Because we set it up, and then both of us got out here and didn't feel like doing it. My son had to go to the hospital and was in the hospital for a day and a half, and I hadn't been sleeping. He'd been working double shifts. So he's like, come on, Troy, catch a 40 so we can call it done and go home. I'm like, well, you catch a 40 so we can call it done. And we sit out here the whole night just going back and forth waiting for a big fish. And all I caught was them 3 little baby flatheads on Nightcrawler. I try not to come to the river without Nightcrawler. I do. Because Nightcrawler is such a universal bait. I've caught drum, I've caught cats, I've caught every species of cats. I've caught blue, I've caught channels, I've caught flatheads, I've caught drum, I've caught carp, I've caught skipjack. I mean, seriously, Nightcrawler is a universal bait. I try not to go without it. Problem of it is sometimes I can't get them because they cost so much now. And I've tried to get them out of my yard because my old house, I go out there and spray the yard down by the garden and have like these huge, massive night crawlers come out. I do that in my yard right now, and I get these 1.5-inch night crawlers. That's all I get is these 1.5-inch night crawlers. I looked at my wife. I said, I'd need 25 of those for one hook. And we used to go to a park over here, Cherokee Golf Course, and we used to go on the golf course at night right after it rained and get night crawlers. And we could come out of there with these night crawlers that looked like garden snakes. They were so big. And that's literally no exaggeration. I mean, I pulled some big old night crawlers out of that golf course. And it's easy to spot them because the grass is so short. The problem of it is now they chase you out of there. There was a couple restaurants and a bar right there where you could park in their parking lot at the bar or at the restaurant and walk across the street to the lake and cut across around the lake and head up to the golf course and get them there. And you're not supposed to be in the lake after 9 o'clock. And we used to fish there all the time too because they've got some good fish in there. It's a stocked lake. The government stocks it, and we pulled some good fish out of there that's been in there for years. And they also stock it with a hybrid bluegill. These bluegills, no exaggeration, the size of my hand with my fingers out. I can get. We went down there. Me and my wife went down there one day. We wanted to eat some bluegill, and we went down there and we caught 49 of them in a 3-hour period. I didn't keep them all. I only kept like 12. I think it was 20 of them we kept between the two of us because we was feeding 6 people. And we had bluegill left over for days because they were so big. But the problem of it is I've tried those bluegill. See, the issue I'm having is where my mother-in-law used to live at the trailer park, and she's got 2 big ponds on there. And that thing has massive bluegills. You can catch 100 of them in an hour easily. Well, I had the kids. I took the kids out one night and had them go get me a bunch of bluegill, and I think I had 25 bluegill, 30 bluegill, and I mean, size of my hand. And I sit out here for a month straight using them bluegill because I kept them alive in my bait tank, and I put some in the freezer, and didn't get one bite off of none of them. I went to my little creek, come out that night, and I only had 2 bluegill. Landed at 30. Landed a 30-pound on it. And that's because the creek connects to this river. So it's the same water system. Yeah, I know. I've done that trick. I've done that trick. I used to have a nightcrawler uh, box where I keep the nightcrawlers alive. And I used to raise them. And I had some massive nightcrawlers. And I would also feed my nightcrawlers. I'd get my nightcrawlers healthy, and I had 2 different boxes. And one of them I would put like blood in, like chicken blood and stuff like that, and let them live off the blood and stuff. Then they get like the green worms. They start to stink like the green worms, and these fish tear them up. Problem of it is I can't keep no night crawlers alive no more because it gets too hot and I don't have no cool place to store them. And on top of that, I can't get night crawlers unless I buy them. And here we're buying the Canadian night crawlers. You get 18 of them in a pack, and the 18 pack is $5 for 18 dang worms. Just last year they was $3.24. Now they're $5 for 18 night crawlers. So I get night crawlers when I get lucky, and then I try to keep them alive as long as I can. And speaking of night crawlers, I need to check this night crawler rod because it got hit a couple good times and now nothing. So I'm guessing he got that off there, or he would come back for it. I guarantee that. And I'm not trying to sit out here and fish on credit, y'all, because yeah, we know that don't work. Yeah, he got every bit of that night crawler off there except for a little like eighth of an inch piece, or not even that. There ain't nothing on there, so yeah, I need to put another crawler on there. That's why he stopped fighting it. I know it's a drum. I know for a fact it's a drum, but like I said, I don't mind catching them as long as I'm catching something. Drum, catfish, carp, whatever. As long as I'm catching something, I'm happy. Putting a fish on the bank. And right now, we ain't gonna be putting a fish on the bank because I ain't got no night crawler on there. 10-1 says 5 minutes after I throw this back out there, we're gonna have another bite. Like I timed it the other day, I said within 15 minutes I'll have a fish on the bank. And what, 8 minutes later I had a fish on? Yeah. If the drum are in the area, I can almost guarantee you it'll take less than 10 minutes to hook one. Or to get a bite from one, I should say. Yep. If it's a drum, within less than 5 minutes, that thing will start bouncing. If they're out there. Which I kind of hope they're not. I kind of hope it is a catfish and it don't happen in 5 minutes. I hope we have to wait 6 or 7 and it's a catfish. But it is what it is. Like I said, catching them drum on that little flimsy rod is fun. Catching anything on that flimsy rod is fun. except for if you're catching bluegill. Oh, told you, I think that's a drum, y'all. That's the dang drum. There's no way it's a catfish hitting it that quick. Now if he puts the dang hook in his mouth, we'll be okay. That's all we gotta do is wait for him to put the hook in his mouth. Trying to aim my light up like this, that way I can don't shine it in the water, but I want to see which way my line's facing, because I had it out this way, and I wanted to make sure he didn't carry it back down. But yeah, it's dang drum, which means I'm gonna have to figure out how to cast out further to get it further out for the catfish, to keep the drum off of it. But they layer. You got layers of fish. You get the drums that come in. You get your carp that come in real close to the carp and drum that come real close to the shore. But your carp's usually closest to the shore. Your drum's a little further out. And then your catfish are right behind the drum. The bad about it is they all live together, but drum's not a good bait. Makes no sense. Because the drum's part of the carp family, so you would think technically it should be a real good bait, but it's not. It don't work worth a crap. But you'd think as much as they hang around with the catfish, that the catfish would be eating them all the time. Apparently not. I mean, I've caught catfish off a drum before, but it's very rare and in between. Which makes no sense because a drum is a greasy fish. Like an eel or something. Mixed between an eel and a carp. You would think it'd be at least what this greasiness is. You would think for sure that they would like fish would tear them up, but they don't. I guess their scent don't smell right or something. Don't know. And I got a funny feeling I'm going to have to check that worm here in a few seconds. Because he hit it pretty good a couple times and they stopped. And them things are like piranha. Nope, maybe he's still out there. Them things are like piranha, man. They'll rip that dang night crawler off in a heartbeat. Heck, we might go through 4 night crawlers before he gets it in his mouth. Come on, take it, buddy. Just take the whole thing at one time. I'm tired of jumping up and down. I'm seriously tired of jumping up and down. He's taking it, so he's out there getting ready to take it. He's trying to get it off her. Once he realizes he can't, he'll grab the whole thing and just try to swim with it. Come on. I know you're going to do it. If you didn't get my worm off, I know it's coming. Really? Every time I stand up, every time I come over here, you stop. Now watch. It's that state record drum out there, y'all playing with us. Rock bass, yes, we do have. Red eye, I think we do. Google Eye, I'm not sure. I'm not sure about the other ones. Johnny Small Pepper, what's going on? Been a slow night. We've got two on the bank uh, in 4.5, almost 5 hours. I'm getting attacked by a drum right now. He keeps on smacking my purple rod like crazy. But both fish that was caught so far were on Nightcrawler. I keep on getting hits on the bluegill, but they're not taking it. But my currents died down a little bit, so the fish are moving out further. They were coming up in this little cove where I'm at, but they done moved out of the cove. Drum done moved in. So now I'm going to have to cast my rods out further to try to get a bite. Which here in a minute I need to check that Nightcrawler rod, that purple rod, because he's been hitting it for the last 5 minutes, so I know he's got it off there again. I know for a fact he's got it off there again. The only rod I shouldn't have to worry about changing up is that blue rod. That blue rod, unless it gets a good hit, it's got a big chunk of body section on it, and it's the furthest rod out. So the orange rod should be in a good spot too, but it was getting hit earlier, about 30 minutes ago, but ain't got no hits since then. Man, I need to really stop drinking these energy drinks. Thank you, Johnny. It's just that eel wire. They're wrapped in eel wire and got battery powered air wire. Me and Steve Locke was out one of my lives a couple lives ago. We were sitting there talking about the light affecting my fishing because the light actually affects it over here because it's so dark. And we sit here with the lights off for a good 5-10 minutes just watching the rods themselves. You couldn't see nothing else. Couldn't see anything else, just the rod. Oh yeah, me too. Well, I don't drink much water, but I drank a bunch of coffee, bunches of coffee. Yeah, me too. 2 pots a day. That's about my average. I've got a half pot sitting at the house right now, waiting for me. And that was my second pot for the day. Heck, I got up this morning. Cause I'll get up next morning. I'll leave a couple cups in the coffee pot. Oh, he might still have worm on there because he just hit it again. But I'll leave a couple cups of coffee in the coffee pot for when I wake up. That way I've got coffee as soon as I get up. And I'll fill up my coffee cup, start drinking on it, get it down, fill it back up, and have that way I can start another pot. Oh no, I drank a pot and a half, 2 pots. And the bad thing about it is if 10 years ago, actually, let's see here, 4 years ago, I would drink 1 cup of coffee a year, if that. I was not a coffee person. My wife and her twin brother, they drank coffee like crazy. And it's like as soon as if my brother-in-law shows up, as soon as he walks in the house, if there's no coffee, he's making coffee. And as soon as my wife gets up, if there's no coffee, she's making coffee. And as soon as that coffee pot gets low, we'll walk around the house and fill up everybody's cup and make a fresh pot. We'll finish that pot off and start another pot. I've seen us go through, between me, my wife, and my brother-in-law, I've seen us go through 7 pots in one day. But I never would drink it. Yeah, I don't do no decaf. It's all full strength. Full strength. And I don't put none of that creamer or nothing else in. I'll put sugar in mine, but that's all I put in my coffee. I just want coffee and sugar. Don't get me no creamer or none of that other crap. I mean, I used to when I did drink coffee back in the day. Yeah, I woke up. Well, I ain't went to bed. I took an hour nap earlier. I had an hour sleep in 48 hours. When my wife called earlier and everything else, she goes, "What are you doing?" I said, "I'm down here fishing." She goes, "I thought you was gonna get some sleep." I said, "Fishing's more important." Yeah, I ain't got no problem with iced coffee, and I like my mochas and stuff like that. But if I'm gonna sit and drink coffee, I want coffee, coffee. Yeah, I understand that too, Stephen. Just eating something sweet with it. I've done that a few times. Done that a few times. Just eat something sweet with it and everything else. But my stomach's so messed up because I've got severe acid reflux. I'm not supposed to be drinking anything with caffeine in it in the first place. But also, I'm missing a layer of my stomach from when I used to be a hard drinker when I was younger, and I used to drink 190 Everclear straight, and I wound up eating through a layer of my stomach. So I cannot eat for the first 3 or 4 hours I'm awake. I cannot eat. If I do, I'm sick as a dog the rest of the day. I will be in the bathroom all day, so I can't eat for the first 4 hours. And for the longest time, I couldn't drink anything. I had to be up for an hour, hour and a half without even sipping anything or eating anything. And now it's got to the point to where my body's got so used to the coffee that I can get up and as soon as I wake up, I walk in and I grab me a cup of coffee and I'll start drinking it. I'm fine. I'll go to the bathroom one time. As soon as I drink that first cup of coffee, and I'm good to go. I could drink 12 cups after that and never have a problem. But my reflux acts up, and that's not good. And you can hear my stomach out here a lot of times. I'm surprised people don't think I'm out here passing gas. I'm not out here passing gas. It's my stomach. It's messed up, severely messed up. Oh yeah, oh yeah. I wish I could do that still. I used to be able to do that, Steven. I used to be able to do that, and now I started drinking these Bangs and Monster, all these energy drinks, and now it's not enough caffeine in a day to keep me going. And that's not me saying it jokingly. That's being serious. I sit out here the other night on the live, my second night out, and I drank normally on an energy drink like this. I'll sip on it and it'll last me 4 hours, 5 hours, because I don't down them. Well, that one I brought out here was 24 ounces and it was gone in under three. I just downed that thing. Of course, I hadn't had a Monster in a long time, and I like the taste of those. So I was sitting out here downing it because I hadn't had one in probably uh, 3 months. Not an actual Monster. I've gotten the dollar store Monsters, but they're a different flavor and they ain't that great. But to have an actual Monster, I ain't had one in almost 3 months. I got lucky and made that $20 on my way home for helping that guy pick up that trash. And I told my wife, I said, you know what? I'm not rolling those cigarettes today. I'm going down and buying me 2 packs of cigarettes and I'm going to buy me a Monster. And that's what I did. I said, I'm treating myself. I earned it. Oh, I guarantee it. I guarantee it, Stephen. I just wish I could get back to work. I mean, I'm going to miss fishing. Actually, I'm not because I don't get to go fishing most of the time anyway. If it wasn't for my wife being out of town right now and my daughter taking and doing other things with her sister and brother, I wouldn't be out here right now. They give you migraines. Yeah, I've heard people say that, Andy. I've heard people say that they give migraines. The first energy drink I ever drank was a Monster, and I sipped. Well, I didn't even sip it. I started downing it, and my heart started racing. I'm like, I need to put this down. I, Johnny, that's me. That's me. I'm drinking this energy drink. Well, of course, I've been up for 48 hours. Well, we'll say 40. Well, right now it's closer to 50 something because I've been out here all night. It was almost 48 hours when I come out here. But I had an hour nap in there. But I can drink this energy drink, and when I get home, I'll eat me something. I'll drink me 2 cups of coffee, then I'll go to bed. I mean, I don't sleep when I go to bed anyway because I got severe insomnia. But the coffee don't keep me awake. Because my insomnia is not bothering me, I could drink 2 or 3 cups of coffee, go in there and go straight to sleep. I mean, be out in 2 or 3 minutes. And that's because my body takes such high doses of caffeine every day. I mean, literally, before I started drinking coffee, I was drinking a 2.5 liters of Mountain Dew a day. And usually that was on top of a Monster. So, and I don't need all that caffeine now because I can't work, you know. When I was working, I needed all that caffeine to keep me going because I was working 10-hour shifts 7 days a week. Well, I think that's what got me. I'll be honest with y'all. They said we supposed to come out of peak and cut back to 5 days a week. And they had us on 7 days a week, 10-hour shifts for almost 2 years. Almost 2 years straight. Because we were so short-handed and so overwhelmed that they had us on 7 days. Well, they had us on 6 days. The 7th was a volunteer day. Oh, yeah. Caffeine is addictive just like anything else. And if you don't get it, you'll get headaches. I get severe headaches if I go without caffeine. Severe headaches. But yeah, see, they did us wrong at my job where I was at. They put us on 10-hour shifts, 7 days a week. One of those days was a volunteer day. You could work if you wanted to, or you didn't have to. Or you could work a half day or a couple hours, whatever you wanted to work. But the thing about it is they added all them incentives. Well, if you come in on your volunteer day, we're going to give you an extra $3 an hour on top of your overtime. Well, then you're making, $35 an hour. Of course, you're going to come in and work 7 days a week. Oh, yeah, well, I get that too. I stay grumpy though, Johnny. I stay grumpy. Y'all ever seen that movie Grumpy Old Men? That's me. When I was younger, about 10 years ago, you could have asked me about you. All right, Willie, thanks for staying in, buddy. All right, gonna leave me running? That'll work. Thank you for coming in. Yeah, when I first seen that movie Grumpy Old Men, I started laughing. I'm like, I'm glad I'll never be that way. I done turned into one of them guys. I swear to God, I have. I've turned into one of them. I'm pretty sure my wife thinks I hate her. I love her with all my heart, and she is my life, and my kids are my life. But if I ain't complaining about something and going off about something, they're going to think I'm not alive. They're going to think something happened to me. And it's just because for the last 7 years, I've carried the weight of the whole family on my shoulders. And then some, I've been taking care of me, my wife, my 2 stepkids, my kids, my nieces. I've been taking care of everybody by myself. And it got overwhelming. And I kept on asking people for help. I'm like, I need help doing this or I need help doing this. And they just shrug their shoulders and walk away. Well, after 7 years of that, I just got to the point to where I just automatically blow up. I don't even ask for help no more. I'm just always angry. Somebody does something in the house that irritates me, I just get mad and rant about it. My wife's like, you're just grumpy. It's not grumpiness, it's fed upness. It's like today, no sleep. I had to go outside and cut the grass. I had to go out there and weed the garden, clear stuff out in the garden. I had to clean dishes. I had to start cooking stuff on the grill. I'm like, and that's an everyday thing. My normal day starts with get up, figure out what we're going to do for dinner, go to the grocery store, get it, come home, wash the pots and pans from the night before so you can cook dinner again that night, cook dinner, eat, do whatever else needs to be done around the house, take out the trash, and then start the whole day back over. But yet there's a 16-year-old and a 26-year-old living with us that won't do a dang thing. She's like, well, why are you always mad? I said, that's why I'm mad. I'm mad because I shouldn't have to do all this by myself. They don't hesitate to hit that stove when that food's done. They be the first one to grab a plate. But you say something about washing a dish and they look like cockroaches with the light turned on. Gone they go. That's that younger generation though. That video game and computer age. I'm gonna check this Nightcrawler rod, y'all. I'm gonna check all these rods. Because ain't none of them got any hits. And that blue rod's loaded up pretty good, so it's either hung up on something or it's got a bunch of debris on it. Yeah, pretty much almost fishing on credit again, y'all. I knew he stopped hitting that for a reason. This time I'm gonna put it out a little bit further. I'm gonna put it out a little bit farther and see if I can't get a cat to bite it instead of a dang drum. But unfortunately, with the current, I can't go out too far. So I'm gonna take it out as far as I can get it. But maybe we'll get it. No, he did get me all of that off there. That was my line I was seeing, not Nightcrawler. And I don't know why I'm not hooking him because this is the same exact hook that I've done hooked 10 of them with this week or in the last 2 weeks. Exact same hook. Because I haven't lost it yet. And since I'm catching small fish, they ain't messing with this 80-pound leader or 60-pound leader. They ain't affecting it one bit. I can grab it right now and it's smooth as can be. So I know it's got to be the drum. Alrighty, let's see where I'm at. Yeah, see it stopped way out there past if we would have cast it out there earlier, I can promise you this rod would be going all the way down the river. It's still traveling a little bit, but yeah, it's traveling a little bit. I might have to bring it in a little bit because it's done walked all the way down. It's heading towards my other rods. Yep. So I'm not going to get it out that far. I'm going to have to cast it in closer. Because if not, I'm not going to be able to keep it stationary with that little bitty sinker on there. Because I can't hold a 10-ounce sinker in that current. Definitely ain't going to hold a 4-ounce. Alright, well, I'll put this in a spot where I know there's fish at. We'll see what happens. Sorry about that light, y'all. Alright, put it right back out there. See what happens. See if we can't catch a fish. And I know he ain't got this bait off, but I'm going to try to see if I can't get these out a little bit further, since that current's slacking up a little bit. This one's got 8 ounces on it, the blue one's got 10, so we may be able to keep them out there. If they ain't biting in close, they gotta be out far. They gotta be somewhere. Come on now. Now I got more grass on this one, so I'm guessing start packing up. We start getting all this debris back out here. I thought the debris was gone, or mostly gone, but I guess not. Let's see where it settles in at. Would you stop flashing? See, this one looks like it's in a good spot, but it's starting to, it's loaded up pretty good, so I'm pretty sure it's probably full of debris or something. I haven't checked it, I don't think, to find out if it's got a, snagged into something or what. It was. Yeah, I got all that debris on it, that's why it's loaded up. All that grass and crap. I'm wondering if I'm fishing on credit on this one. Yeah, I'm fishing on credit on this one. Of course, I could have ripped it off, but it didn't feel like it. Probably why I ain't had a bite on it, because I didn't have no bait on it. We had one hit on it earlier, and I bet you they got my bait off then. If anybody else came in, I apologize. I'm not ignoring you. I'm trying to get these baits back out where you try to catch some fish. See if we can catch some fish. This one I got to put a new chunk of bait on it. It's gonna be a big old head out there, y'all. Biggest head I got. See what happens. It's still drifting a little bit, but it's about to settle in, so we should be good. Oh man. Now watch. Now that I turn the light off, a few minutes from now we'll get a bite on that dang purple rod. Dang it, this thing didn't screw up anymore. All right, Small Pepper, you ain't left yet. Appreciate you coming in. Told you, as soon as I turn that light off, y'all, you're going to start smacking it again. Now, I'm hoping as soon as day starts to break, I'm hoping that, he got off. I thought I had him. I'm hoping as soon as daybreak happens, he got some of my worm, but it's still a pretty good amount on there. I'm hoping as soon as daybreak hits that it'll switch back over like it did the other day, and that we'll start getting the cats coming in here. I don't think it's going to happen. I honestly don't. I think that it's going to be the same thing as it was all night. I don't think the catfish are going to come in shallow like they were. I need to check my battery, y'all. It ain't charging, but I'm at 90%. Have a good one, Johnny. Thanks for stopping in. I think it's gonna be like it ain't gonna be like it was the other night. The other night they was coming in shallow because the current was so strong. Current slowed down about half of what it was. So now they're out further. Because the other night after the live ended, I swear to you, I'm gonna post that video. I ain't got every takedown on there, but I've got quite a few of the takedowns on there. And it's all within a 20-minute period. I wish it was on all on one video, but my camera don't like to record like that. I have to record a little bit at a time. If not, it harshes the video up. They won't play it. So I had to put it in like 3 different videos. But if it was all one solid video, I wouldn't edit it or nothing. I just post it just for the fun of it. The only thing I might edit is the talking, because my wife called in. I was talking to her while the fishing was going on. I might turn the volume off and put some music behind it and let it play. Because I mean, it was insane. I was getting double takedowns and everything at the same time. So but I don't think it's gonna be anything like that tonight or today. We got clouds moving in. The wind's starting to pick up, and the current seems way out further, and it's a lot slower, and they're draining water. So, and they said something about at 7 o'clock they're supposed to start draining water real quick. Because if you look at the map, it does like this, and it slowly goes down, and all of a sudden it just drops. So they're talking 6 foot in 2 days, 8 foot in 2 days, which is going to kill the fishing. It will open my spot back up, but unfortunately it's going to kill the fishing for a day or two. And I got to be out here Friday, so. Booklands, how's it going? Doing all right. We got all we got tonight was 2 fish. Been a very slow night. I keep on getting hit by drum, but they ain't taking it, so. They'll smack it and hit it and quit it. But it is what it is. I mean, you can't win them all. At least we lost Pepe Le Pew. He came off the bank earlier. I don't even know what time it is yet, y'all. Oh, that's 5:20. 5:25. Yeah, I might want to put that battery charger on my power, that extra power bank on my phone to where it don't go dead. Cause I think I'm at 70%. Yeah, I'm at 70%. I ain't planning on leaving for at least another half an hour, 45 minutes. So I don't want our stream to end abruptly. Come on, Drummy. You've been hitting it for the last hour. Every time I throw out there, usually 2 minutes later, you got it in your mouth. Maybe it's a good sign if he ain't hitting it. Maybe he's moving out and the catfish are moving back in. We can hope. Yeah, I was wondering why the sky was starting to change colors. I didn't think it was that late already. I was like, why is the sky changing colors already? Yeah, because it's 5:20 in the morning. That would be a good reason. Make sure it's actually charging. All right, we charging, we good. And I'm guessing there was only one drum out there instead of 50 like there usually is. And I guess I scraped him with my hook. Now he ain't gonna come back. It's still in the same spot, so maybe they are moving out. Well, maybe they'll move out and the carp will move in. I don't know. Normally I catch a carp at least once a month. Every 4 or 5 trips I'll catch a carp. If not, every 2 or 3 trips I'll catch a carp. It's my 3rd trip, so I should be catching one. I don't know, we just need a fish. Because I plan on being off live by 7, and I'd like to have at least 3 fish. Even if one of them's a drum, I'd like to have at least 3 fish. Ernie Brown, how's it going? Did I see somebody say hi to Becca? Oh, he deleted it. Guess he was in the wrong stream. It's okay, Ernie, I do it too. That's why I said maybe you're in the wrong stream. It's all good, Ernie. I do it too. We only got 2 for the night. That's it. Been a slow night. We've had some good takedowns, but they just ain't hooked up. But ain't been many of them either. It's been far and in between. It ain't like it's been the last couple trips where, like the other night when we got 8 fish in one night, and then we missed 5 on top of that 8. Yeah, it ain't been nothing like that. It's been, we might have missed 3 and only caught 2. It's all around slow. Of course, they're draining water out right now. They're dropping my current and everything else. So I guess my fire bite had to end sooner or later. Because I was out here catching fish when everybody else was talking about they were struggling trying to catch fish. I'm like, you mean I'm actually catching fish when people ain't? Cool. Well, that ended. Cool, Ernie. Is that all? The women's tournament that she's gonna be in, that you're gonna be the Joey for? Bullets Barbecue, how's it going? Good morning. Been a slow day. We've only got 2 on the bank. Of course, I need to get ready to recast this purple rod because it stopped getting hits completely. We at least had action from the dang drum. At least they was biting and moving around the rod to where we can actually see something moving, but they even stopped. But they are draining my water down real quick. It's a constant drain. After 7 o'clock, they're supposed to drain it like 6 feet and like 12 hours or something like that. So it's definitely going to kill stuff off. It's definitely going to kill the fishing. Plus, my current's died down. My current was ripping at about 20 mile an hour when I got out here. Now it's like at 10. And because of that, my current seam that I was fishing in has went out further. And it's out so far I can't get into it. And if I do, it just shoots me like a rocket. I say that, and then my drummy buddy come back and tapped it. He gonna come back and tap it every 5 minutes just to say, hey, I'm still here. I don't want it, but I'm gonna tap it just to let you know I'm still here. Yeah, it's been one of them slow nights. But we got Pepe Le Pew off the bank, so that's all that matters. I'm fishing a waterway that's not known for fish, so the fact that I've gotten 15 or 16, about 15 fish, 16 fish in the last couple of days, that's a good week. I'm on the Ohio River. I'm on the Ohio River. And we all know the fishing on the Ohio River is horrible. It has been for the last 22 years, 23 years. It's starting to get better. It's starting to get better, I'm not going to lie. I'm starting to see a difference. And that's all because of all because what Steve Douglas did when Steve Douglas was pushing for better regulations, and him and a few other people went in and they got some stuff accomplished. It's not much, but the little bit that they did get accomplished helped out a lot. And as long as we can keep things going the way they're going now, and as long as we can keep on promoting the catch and release, the river will possibly, fix itself. It's going to take years. It's going to take years. I mean, I haven't seen any of them monsters that used to be in here. I mean, my dad used to tell me stories about fish the size of Volkswagens. And he seen them, and it scared him from going in the water. So I know he wasn't making it up. Because he freaked out every time we got near the water because they was fishing there so big. And you don't see nothing like that no more. I used to fish down in the locks, and I'd watch people pull in 80s all day. You don't see that much. You go down there, you might see them pulling an 80 once a month. The big population is gone. So now it's going to take a few years for the smaller ones to get up to breeder size to start doing something. I mean, there's still a few of them big fish in here. Oh, I wouldn't doubt it, Ernie. I wouldn't doubt it. YouTube's always messing up. You click on one stream and it sends you to another one. I do that all the time. And then you realize it after you start making comments. But you clicked on one stream and you went to another one. I'm gonna check this Nightcrawler, y'all, and see, make sure he ain't got it off there and put it back out there a little bit further. Maybe he'll take it instead of playing with our emotions. We have went way too long without a fish. Yep, and we was fishing on credit. That's why he didn't hit it again. That last hit he hit it with, he took the worm. I was actually hoping we was getting lucky and he wasn't biting because of the sun coming up. Yeah, I thought we got lucky and he stopped biting because the sun started coming up, but and not the fact that he got all the Nightcrawler off there. But that wasn't the case. That was not the case. That's how I knew we was gonna have a problem right there. As soon as I got a drum bite in the area we was catching all these catfish in, I knew we had a problem. What caused the decline? A little bit of a bunch of different things. One, commercial fishing. Kentucky has probably close to 150 to 200 pay lakes. Commercial fishermen come in here, they wipe the river out, take as many fish as they can get, and sell them to the pay lakes. They went unregulated for many, many, many years. You know, all they had to do was obtain a license and they can come in and get them. And they was doing it. On top of that, all the connecting waters like Kentucky River, which connects to the Ohio River, there's a bunch of bourbon factories over there. And every few years they have a massive fire or something. And when they do, when the fire department's putting that fire out, it washes that bourbon down and they have massive fish kills. And plus the fact that for years, people just been taking the fish out and killing the big fish. Those are the three main contributors. And I'm guilty for the last one myself, because when I first started catfishing for big catfish 35 years ago, if I caught a 40, I took it home. You know, I took him home and ate him. You know, I didn't know what I was doing back then. Now I do. Now I release everything. Oh, there he goes. He's back again. But like always, he's not going to get serious enough to take it. He did earlier. He took it like 4 or 5 times and bent that rod in half. But I don't know how he didn't get the hook. But yeah, it's a little bit of a couple different things. But the main one is commercial fishing. I mean, at one point in time, a few years ago, Kentucky Fish and Wildlife was saying something about they was taking an average of right at 50 tons, 60 tons of catfish a month or something like that at one point in time at the highest peak. I mean, they just wiped it out. It's nothing to see one of these big commercial boats have 10 tons, 12 tons of fish on it at one time. And it's gotten so bad Even Muskrat was talking about it. From Muskrat Adventures, Roger was talking about it because he fishes the Ohio River himself. And he said, if y'all start catching fish on the Ohio River, make sure you're and you're live or you're shooting video. Make sure you can't see location or nothing on there. Don't put your location on there. Don't let any landmarks be seen because the commercial fishermen have been following the people from Kentucky around to find out where they're catching fish to go find fish. It's gotten that bad because they can't find the fish either. So now they're watching us and going, okay, well, they're fishing here, so maybe we need to get our fish from over there because that's where they're at. So it's gotten that bad. It's 35 years ago when I started coming out fishing the river, I could catch 25 fish a night easily every night, and at least two of them be over 40. At least two of them be over 40. Now, if I catch 3 fish a night, it's a good night. If I catch more than that, it's a fantastic night. Like the night, my live before this one, which was like 2 days ago, I wound up landing 8 fish. Well, 9 because I caught one right after the stream ended. 9 fish in one night, that's a spectacular night. That's unheard of. I told my brother-in-law and all of them that used to fish with me, they're like, how'd you do? I said, I got 9. He goes, yeah, right. I said, yeah, we got 9 fish. He goes, yeah, right. He said, not in that river you didn't. I said, I got 9 fish. I got 7 blues and 2 drum. He goes, no, you didn't. I said, yeah, I did. He didn't believe me. I had to show him the video. I had to show him the video because he didn't believe me. And me and him was the two that started the trophy catfishing together because he found a location that had a massive amount of fish and big fish that we could fish 24 hours a day, and we just started doing it. He'd call me up, be like, you want to go fishing? I'm like, yep. And that was almost on a nightly basis. We'd go out almost every night. I mean, before YouTube, my PB Blue was 102 pounds. And got about 17 eyewitnesses on that. Didn't have pictures because that was like 31, 32 years ago. Don't have no pictures of it, but I got like 17 eyewitnesses to it. 102-pound blue. I was so excited because I thought I broke the state record. And then I found out the state record was like 110 or something at the time. And then after that, it just, started declining. Every year it got worse and worse and worse. The spot that we used to fish at, I could go out there and sit out there for less than 10 minutes and be hooked up on something. Less than 10 minutes. Now you can sit out there for 6 hours and not get a bite. I don't know if he's going to take it or not, y'all. He's just playing with it. I was hoping the drum would leave and we'd get the catfish back in. But he's just going to play with it. I'm going to see if I can't get him to hook. He takes it down. He's putting any pressure on it. I'm going to try to reel down on him again. I tried that earlier. It didn't work. He had it bent. Well, now I got a tap on the orange rod. It can take that. That's a catfish. That won't be a drum. I got bluegill on that orange rod. Of course, this is the time of the morning the other night. The bite turned off for about 4 hours the other night, or 3 hours the other night, and it was this time of morning, both nights that I went out the last 2 lives. It was this time in the morning when I caught my last fish. We started getting hits, like they started moving in about this time of morning. I got 4 or 5 hits, and I only got to hook up on 1, but so it's possible it could be cats moving back in. I doubt it, but that orange rod was definitely a catfish because it's got a bluegill head and a small piece of bluegill chunk on it. And I know a drum ain't gonna eat that. He done stopped hitting that purple rod, so he probably got that worm off there again. I'm not gonna let it sit out there too long without checking it though, because I'm determined to get a couple more fish, even if they are drum, carp, cat, whatever I can get. I'm planning on getting a couple more. And after a couple good hits like he just did, if he don't come back in the next 2 minutes, I'm gonna check 3 minutes. I'm gonna check it. I'm gonna check it, see if there's a worm on there. If not, if there is, I'll put it right back in the same spot it is now. But I ain't trying to be fishing on credit. At least for no long period of time. Minute or two, 3 minutes, yeah, maybe, but no more than that. I've only got about an hour before I gotta before the stream's gonna before my live's gonna end. Maybe a little bit less depending on, yeah, about an hour. Depending on if the bite picks up or not, and depending on how hot it gets, how fast. Because if it starts getting hot too quick, too fast, I'll be up out of here. Because I still got a 15-minute walk with all this heavy gear in a jacket. So, all right, y'all. I'm gonna mute this mic for a second and take a potty break. I'll be back in like 2 minutes at the most, 3 minutes. If one of my rods go off, please feel free to reach on in and grab it. You know, y'all can reach in there and grab it. It's fine. Got no problem with that. I wish y'all could do that for real. All right, y'all. I'm back. Anybody else come in? Okay. Just checking. I'm betting he got all that worm off there. Because he has not come back and tapped on that any at all. He has not tapped on it at all. Matter of fact, I'm going to check that worm, y'all. Like I said earlier, I'm not going to be sitting out here fishing on credit. We ain't got enough fish to do that today. Now, if I had 20 fish on the bank, I wouldn't worry about it too much. But we ain't got 20 fish on the bank, so. No, that worm's still on there. Huh. Maybe they're moving out, y'all. Seen catfish swirl out there, so right out there by where the current's hitting. That line gonna stop or what? Yeah, stop. All right, so we got catfish out there swirling again right there at the current scene. So maybe they'll start doing what they did yesterday, day before yesterday. Day before yesterday, they was breaking out that current seam. You could watch them jump out, they would roll and roll right out of that current right into this calm water. And they was coming right up here. I seen a 25, 30 pounder just swimming 10 foot from the bank. I had just ended the live, was packing up and talking to my wife. About that time I turned around, he was right there in front of me, just moving back and forth. Got his fin out of the water and everything else. I'm like, what? Because he wore out from that current, fighting that current. He come in here to rest. And he just so happened to be looking for food. I had 9, for anybody who wasn't in here earlier, I had 9 takedowns in 20 minutes. And I'm not talking taps, I'm talking full takedowns in 20 minutes. I'm hooked up on 2 that spit the hook. Then I had a double takedown. I had 2 takedowns at one time. And then I hooked one in that 20 minutes. It was fire. But I don't think it's going to be anything like that tonight or today. The weather, the water situation is totally different. The current's a little slower, well, a lot slower, and they're draining water down, so I don't think it's going to be anywhere close to what it was. This water's went down no, maybe I'm wrong, y'all. Maybe I'm wrong. I may have to apologize and be wrong on that because I just seen one row out there right in front of us again. Right in the same spot I was talking about earlier. He just rose. So maybe I need to pull my orange rod in closer. Matter of fact, I'm doing that. Because I seen what they did the other day. They was all right in here, 10, 20 foot in front of us, trying to come in out of that current to get a break. So I'm going to bring this, because this is at about good 25 yards, 30 yards. I'm going to bring it in a few feet. See if I can get it in without crossing my other line, which is loose. All right. I'm going to let that sit right there and see what happens. We'll give it a few minutes and see if it gets a hit. Because I just seen them start moving up in this cove. So they may be coming in here. It's not technically a cove. It's the bank's just flooded and there's trees on this side, on both sides of me, out in the water. So it's a little cove because of the trees. Causes a current break. Where there's calm water. So I done started seeing them move out there again. So we're gonna check and try that. Why does my purple lights look like they're not lit up no more? I guess them batteries died on me. That's alright. We don't need them. Sun's coming out now, so it don't matter. Matter of fact, since the sun's coming out, it won't matter if I turn that light on and y'all can definitely see the rods. That's not going to affect anything because the sun's out. It's going to cast out more light than them rods than that light is. If they are moving in like they did the other day, we'll know within like 2 or 3 minutes. We should know within 2 or 3 minutes if that orange rod gets a tap. But then again, I probably should have reeled it all the way in and checked it, make sure it didn't have debris all over the hook. And I think that purple line is going to cross the orange one now because, yeah, they're moving in close again, y'all. They're moving in close again. I didn't think they was going to, but that's 2 I've seen. 10, 15 foot off the bank. Let's see if we can't put one on the bank. up this night crawler. Make sure it looks appetizing. I'm gonna throw it out here, right here in front of us. And I'm gonna check this one for debris. And throw it right in front of us. See what happens. See if either one of them gets hit. Looks like they're on. They're on. It don't look like it. Oh well, I don't care. We should be able to see. If they do start moving, I'm gonna want to point all three of these rods in and putting them 20 foot in front of us, and see if we can't duplicate what happened the other day with the 9 takedowns in 20 minutes. Only this time, hopefully, I can catch at least 3 of them. I'll be honest with y'all, I don't know how they got off the other night. When I get done editing that video, it'll probably be a day or two before I get it out. But when I get done editing, y'all gonna think the same thing. How did it get off? Makes no logical sense. Makes no logical sense whatsoever on how those fish got off there. So they had them rods bent in half. I mean, literally in half, dragging them that way. Somebody come in, give me a second. I gotta check this orange rod. Give me a second. I gotta be able to see. I can't see here. Said XF8, XFU. Oh, Tylen, how's it going? Thank you for coming in. We're trying a strategy I tried 2 mornings ago that actually worked. All the fish are starting to move into a cove, or they did the other day, and it's starting to look like they're going to do the same thing. So I'm going to start pulling all my baits in close and see if we can hook up on them. Yeah, there's a little debris on there. I don't think it's enough to affect them from biting it, but there's a little bit of debris. Matter of fact, I'm going to put a piece of fresh. I got plenty of gill. I'll put a piece of fresh gill on here and see what happens. See if we can attract something. All right, y'all, let's see what happens. There we go. Told y'all, pulling it in might be the trick. Pulling it in might be the trick. Come on, take it. Take it on down. I don't think he's gonna take it down. He's just gonna smack it. Fish on there. Fish on, y'all. Little bitty old dink. Little bitty old dink. That's the smallest fish I've caught in a long time, y'all. He wasn't even worth catching. I could have went without him. The old channel kitty. Little bitty old channel kitty. But you know what? We'll take these. That's 3 fish on the bank. Hope his dinks don't start moving in. I don't even know how he got that hook in his mouth, but he did. All right, you know what? Let me have my hook back so I can let you go, buddy. Oh, you got your whisker hook, dude. Got your whisker hook. All right, let me let him go real quick. I got to step down here and get him off here. I'm going to let him go. We're going to see what else we got. Hopefully something bigger than that. Come on. I got to get you as close to the water as I can get you, buddy. Now let's go. All righty. Unfortunately, I forgot my rag, so now I got to use my pants leg. That was an itty bitty old thing. Let's hope they get bigger, y'all. Let's hope they get bigger. I don't mind catching channel cats, but I at least hope they're at least 1.5 pounds, 2 pounds. Jeremy Turner Cats, Big Mike, what's going on? Very slow night, y'all. Jeremy, did you do any good last night? It was slow here. That little bitty baby fish I just brought in was the 3rd fish of the night. We had some good takedowns, but they just would not hook up. Would not hook up. But the last live I come out and did the other night, right at sunrise, all them fish started coming in this little cove area right here in front of me to get out of the main current. And I got 9 takedowns in 20 minutes. Seriously, I got video of it. I'm going to post it. And sure enough, I didn't think it was going to happen tonight because our currents changed. Our water's dropping fast. So I thought it'd be a total different situation. But no, I done started seeing them move in here and seeing them roll. And I wouldn't have noticed them the other day, but I was packing up. Sun was already coming up, and I was packing up. And I went to walk past, and I seen about a 25 or 30 pound blue 10 foot off the bank just doing circles, just cruising. He was wore out from that current. And he pulled in this little, stopped in this little cove. So I started throwing my baits in close. I pulled all 3 rods and put them in like 15, 20 foot out. And I mean, I was getting double hits and everything, just non-stop. So now I've got this orange rod with some bluegill on it, out about 20 feet. And this purple rod that's not lit up right now because the batteries just went dead, out about 20 foot. Right out there where they're all rolling at. So we'll see if they come in. I'm hoping it ain't all babies like that little bitty one. But I seen, like I said, I had 25, 30 pounder rolls through here the other night. And I got video footage of all the most of them takedowns. My camera started acting up. I might have missed 2 of them, but I know I got at least 7 of the takedowns. And I got video footage of me hooking into 2 of them and them spitting the hook. I mean, they had the rod bent in half. You could see me fighting them, and all of a sudden they spit the hook. And then I landed 1, so all in 20 minutes. I can't complain when you get stuff like that. But no, last night was just a slow night. I knew it was gonna be off because they started draining the water. I looked at the app and it said that the water's gonna go down 6 inches last night, 8 inches last night, and then after 7 o'clock they're gonna start dropping it real fast. I'm talking it's supposed to drop like 6 foot tonight, or by tomorrow morning at this time it's supposed to be 6 foot down from what it is now. And then they're going to start draining it down a lot slower. So we shall see. Blue rod's getting hit. And that blue rod ain't out shallow, y'all. That blue rod is way out there. It's pretty far out there, and it's got a big old chunk of bluegill on it. So if it goes down, we might have a decent fish. We definitely need something bigger than that little baby channel I just caught. I don't even classify that as a fish. Heck, the drum I've been catching all week's bigger than that. I'm starting to see them rolling this up in this area. Some of them look bigger than that dang baby we just had. So all we can do is hope, 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 hope. But at the same time, you know what? If I was catching one of them babies every 5 minutes or so, it'd still be fun, just because I'd be catching a bunch of fish. But yeah, I don't see that happening either. I don't mind catching dinks, but man, give me at least 5 pounds. Come on, fishies. We got to get some stuff done. Purple rod's bouncing again. Hope it ain't another one of them dang dinky dinks. Like I said, I don't mind a small dinks, but give me something bigger than that. If it's gonna be a channel cat, give me at least 2 pounds. I know we don't. I mean, we got big channel cats in this river, but not that big. They done been all fished out, but we do have some decent sized channels in here. They can at least give me a 2-pounder. Or give me a carp so I can have some bait. Give me a baby carp. Oh, orange rod. You gonna take it? He smacked it. That had to be a bigger fish because I got a chunk of bait about that big on that. I'm thinking it's gonna be another one of them babies, and they don't like it on there too. He's trying to get it. Heck, the bullhead I brought out here from bait last night bigger than that channel cat I just caught. They messed with that orange rod. He just bent it and made it, caused me a slack line, but he tightened it back up, so I'll wait and see. Yeah, like I said, yesterday, day before yesterday when I come out here, I noticed they was all coming in these shallows. I mean, I was watching them roll out of the current and come swimming this way. You can see them because they come out sideways. Now the blue rod's getting hit again. Orange rod. Can we get a purple? Yeah, it's coming, y'all. It's coming, I promise y'all. They're smacking it, so one of them will take it here in a minute. The only thing I don't like about catching them that close up, I think the reason why I lost those 2 out of the 3 that I hooked into the other night is the fact they're so close up, you're not getting the hook in the mouth good enough. They're just grabbing the bait and moving 2 foot, and that hook's not turning enough to set in. Then they're able to spit it. But we're gonna try I'm getting in running stance right now in case I have to get up and do it. Blue, then orange. Get a tap on the blue, then you get a tap on the orange. He's still tapping at orange. Come on, light, turn off. Oh, crap. It don't help I'm on a 6-foot incline hill or more. Come on, quit tapping it and take it. Quit tapping it and take it. Yeah, he's still out there smacking an orange rod, but he ain't taking it. Unless it's an itty bitty dink out there trying to grab it and can't get it in his mouth. That's a good possibility. At the point of that baby channel I just pulled in. But I seen some bigger ones move out there a minute ago, so there should be some bigger ones out there. And that should be a little bit further out, so them babies shouldn't be that far out. They keep on playing around with me. I'm gonna take that hook off there. I got a 9-aught circle hook on there. The blue one's got a 12-aught. I'll take it. Yeah, see, y'all heard that splash? Yeah, that's right there in that cove where I was talking about. That's at least 5-6 pounder. He's moving over towards my blue bait, so let's hope he takes it. All they're doing is smacking it and letting go. Probably just dinks. Come on, where them big boys that was coming in here last night? They've been them rods in half. Come on. Let some of them come in here. Yeah, I'm guaranteeing that's a little dink. I need to change out that hook, put a little 6-aught circle hook with a small chunk of bait on there so I can get it in his mouth. But I ain't trying to do all that stuff. It ain't worth it to catch a 2-pound fish. If he can't get my bait in his mouth, I don't want him. And that splash was 5 foot out in front of me. They're coming in. They're moving in slowly, but they ain't moving in fast enough for me. That orange rod's still getting smacked, but I ain't seen that purple rod get smacked in a minute. I wonder if they got all that worm off there. I know they ain't getting that bluegill head off. Not that dang easy. No, they didn't get the worm off there. They got most of it off. Sorry, I'll throw another one on there, put it out there. Got plenty of worms. These worms have survived 3 trips out here, so they ain't gonna survive much longer. All right, I'm gonna see if I can't put this out a hair further and see if something bigger will bite it. Because I'm seeing them roll out a little bit further than what they were the other day. About 10 foot further out. So that's what I'm going for. Get out there about 10 foot further. Yeah, it's got to be a dink on that orange rod. One rolled as soon as right there where I threw my bait in. Landed on top of them again. All right, cool. You know where my bait's at, buddy. We'll wait for one of them to go over. Worst case scenario is we catch a fish. What time is it? Yeah, 'cause we only got about 40 minutes and I'm calling this stream quits. About 40 more minutes, y'all. Heck, we might not make it that whole 40 minutes depending on if these fish move in here and start biting soon. Mom Pepper, you back in? We're getting some nibbles, that's about it. They've been tapping it like crazy, but I think they all too small to get it in their mouths. They were going back and forth between the 3 rods, just going bam, 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 bam. But they ain't doing nothing. I need to check that blue rod and that orange rod because they stopped getting hits. So they might have finally got them baits off. Purple rod getting tapped now. I just caught the smallest baby catfish I've caught in a long time. The bullhead I was using for bait last night was bigger than that dang catfish I just caught. And I'm about to catch another one, I bet you. bet she's gonna be just as small too. And I cast it out a little, about 10 foot further too. So it's acting like the same size as that little baby one. I'm gonna check these baits and cast them back out. Get the baits on. Now I can swim in with it, so there's still bait on it. He got some of that bait off there, but he didn't get it all. I wonder if that little booger's on there because my line's all the way over here now. It was over here, now it's over here. Nope. He just moved my bait and keep on rolling. All right, put it back out there then. Oh, I knew that was going to happen today. I bypassed it for 2 days straight. Two trips straight. Yep. It's over. He's trying to cast close to that tree over there. Got a little too close to it. A little bit too close. That was the first thing string. Man. That's why I love that line, y'all. Man, it took everything I had to break that stuff. That's only 30-pound test. That's that 30-pound test Cash King. Oh no, I'll take that back. That's that Berkley Chrome Spec. I cut about a foot of this off because it's rough. And of course we get a barge, y'all. We ain't had one in a few hours, so close and figures. see if I ain't pre-rigged rigs over here that I don't have to have one up. I think I got big rigs over here. I don't know if there ain't small ones. Yeah, it's too big. I don't want no huge rig on here. I don't make a rig. Actually, I might have one in my other bag. Rig bag. I'm thinking. 7, 6, 7, 9, 12, 9. Nope. No fish. Alrighty, we're gonna downsize even smaller, y'all. Since I got a free rig, I'm gonna drop it down to itty bitty old hook. We're gonna drop it down to little 3. Itty bitty old hook. Since they want to act like that big, like that other hook was too big. I don't know how that other hook would be too big, but I don't know. We shall see. I'm just tapping the blue one. Come on. Go take a barge bite. Take it over. Don't just tappy tappy. Try to take the rod. That's what I like to see. Trying to take the rod. Now I'm gonna try to snell this little baby hook. I don't know if I can get this line through this 80-pound line. I don't know if I can, or 60-pound line. Man, we got 2 barges at one time, one coming each direction. Really? Gotta be kidding me, man. We dang sure ain't gonna be getting no fish if y'all don't go away. Hopefully he cancels out the other one. Yeah, that's gonna be a pain. I didn't think that was gonna work. Oh, I got it through there. That's a surprise. I ain't never snelled a hook that small with 60-pound main. I mean my leader. Itty bitty hook with 60 pound on it. Heck, the line sticker around in the hook. Come on now. Oh, hush it up. We hear you. We know you're there. You ain't telling us nothing we don't know. I think they're over laughing at me, y'all. I think that's what it is. Watch me snell this baby hook on this big old 60-pound leader. Now something here hit the orange rod. Come on, y'all. If y'all gonna hit it, take it. Don't just tap it. No, just tappy tap. Tappy tap. I don't know what happened to that knot. That knot looks awful. There it goes. Oh, it's way back there. Dang it. Yeah, I think it's a little overkill for that little bitty old hook, but you know, it is what it is. I got a line stretched across this whole thing right now. It is what it is, y'all. See what we can do. Get some of this line rolled up. Make sure anybody come in and say anything. Make sure my stuff's still scrolling. Dream, how's it going? David Glacier, how's it going? Yeah, my chat wasn't rolling again. It does that every once in a while. It just stops rolling. So I don't know why it does that. But I promise you I wasn't ignoring you. If I would have seen you pop in, I would have said hi immediately. Alrighty, I don't know if I can even try to throw this out here until this choppiness dies down, but I'm going to anyway. Alright, this time let me stay away from that tree. Come on. fish fishing. Said it. If any of y'all fish your work. Yeah, I ain't lying about that little fish though. That last one I just landed was so small. My bullhead I was using for bait's bigger. Heck, I think the head that's left over on the bank from that bullhead is bigger than that bait, that last catfish I just caught. Get hydrated before I decide to pack up and head home. And I know y'all can't hardly see them rods now. There you go, you might be seeing them a little better now. Man, this is sad. This is nowhere close to what it was 2 nights ago. 2 nights ago, the bite was on fire. And I was getting bite after bite after bite being where I'm at right now. Cast it out exactly where I'm at with the same baits. Kane, how's it going? Slow night tonight. We only put on 2.5 fish. Doing all right. Like I said, dude, slow night though. We got 2.5 fish. I say 2.5 fish because the fish I just pulled in, I don't classify as fish. My bullhead I brought for bait was bigger. Because right now the only spot that I can access in this river because it's so flooded is my flathead spot. So I figured I'd bring a bullhead down and see what we do. I'm up. I've been up all night. Actually, I've been up for almost 2.5 days straight. Almost 2.5 days straight I've been up. It's all good though. I got a lot of stuff accomplished in that time though. Got my garden worked on. Been fishing a few days. So yeah, I got all kinds of stuff done. I guess my 3rd trip in 4 days. At least that's just to the river. I've been to my local creek to catch bait 6, 7 times. It hadn't paid off until today. The one day I didn't take my camera. I didn't take none of my cameras. Normally I take them down there with me now in case I catch anything worth having. And I caught a real nice bullhead, about a 12-inch, 14-inch bullhead. He weighed in about right at 2 pounds because the piece of bait that I threw out there was about a pound. Had a big old chunk of, cause I tried to put him out live, but he wouldn't, he was still breathing, but he wasn't swimming. He was laying upside down, turning upside down. So I figured, you know what? I'm just gonna cut him. Flatheads out here don't like live bait anyway. There's too much blue competition. They prefer that cut stuff. Yeah, the trip before this one, I landed 9 fish total, 7 blues and 2 drum. Something's tapping the orange rod again. I'm thinking it's all too small fish. I think them big fish ain't came back in here yet. I definitely need to get that video edited and posted. I've got 70 hours, 60, 70 hours worth of editing. Well, not counting tonight, I got 60, 70 hours worth of editing to do. No, the bugs ain't been bad. The bugs have not been bad. They're going to get bad, but they ain't been bad yet. Now, I did have a bunch of little like gnats or whatever flying around my light, my ring light. But that's about it. I didn't have too many of them flying around my face or nothing. They was landing on my ring light. Of course, I keep it dark out here for most part. Since my rods light up and everything else, because I got the eel wire on those, they light up, so I don't have to have any lights on out here. I can turn all the lights off, and we can just watch the rods glow, and there'll be zero light out here. So I ain't got to worry about the bugs. I just turn the ring light on one of the lowest settings so y'all can see me, and I've got my remote control light behind me to where I got to just click the button and turn it on. If we get a fish, so I can pull it in. So I keep all the lights off. But those bugs are coming. Trust me. We about 2 weeks out, 3 weeks out before they hit heavy here. I know, because I've been going down to my creek and the bugs are real bad down there, but they're usually worse. So I know they ain't started hitting us yet. Yeah, my creek, the bugs at the creek, they get so bad you can't sit down there for 10 minutes. You can't. It doesn't matter what kind of bug spray you got on. Doesn't matter any of that. They still attacking you. See, it's the same issue we had last night too, y'all. The barges did not produce a barge bite. A lot of times I do get barge bites, but if I don't get a barge bite, it means I don't get a bite because I'm waiting on the wake to slow down before the bite starts picking up. But we was getting hit every few seconds a minute ago by them dinks. Now I ain't got a tap besides the orange rod, one little tap. That purple rod ain't budged. So, yeah, that barge coming through, all he did was cause the waves to crash and the fish to back away from the bank. So it'll probably be about another 5 minutes or so before they come back in. Water's just now calming down. Yeah, if I could post that video from the other night, unfortunately my phone and my NoPro will not let you record for long periods of time without harshing the video for some reason. So, because if it would, I promise you right now, I'd post that. I would have recorded that 20 minutes the other night when I got that 9 takedowns in 20 minutes. I would have posted all that with unedited. I would have turned the volume off on it, put some music behind it, told everybody what it was in the comments, or in the in the comments, in the description, and just let it play. Because it was hilarious. Now I'm just going to have to edit it and make it like a 3-minute video, 4-minute video of me running around here like a chicken with my head cut off, going for bite after bite after bite, and missing fish after fish after fish until I finally get one. And that's the first time I've ever had that happen. I've had multiple fish hit at one time, but it's usually been on like bait clicking type rods, not on circle hook rigs and stuff where they could pull the rods off the bank, because they was bending them rod holders in half. I'm like, man, they're gonna get one of these rods. I didn't know which rod to grab. Minutes no sleep's catching up with me. But we look like we got about 24 minutes, y'all. 24 minutes. I've been running my lives about 7 hours, so we got 24 minutes. Maybe we can hook up on a monster by then. I doubt it. I don't catch too many fish during the day. I say that, but the last 2 trips I've caught one about this time of morning, but that's it, just one. I was hoping with me changing up my pattern, hoping me changing up my pattern and or catching the pattern that I caught the other day would pay off today, but it didn't. Water's starting to calm down. They should start moving in. And then that purple rod will start going off again. Only this time I got something for him if it's one of them little baby dinks. I got an itty bitty old hook on there now. He grabs that, he's all in for it. Promise you that now. I got one of my little carp hooks on there now. He grabs it, he's getting it. Come on, water. Calm down. Let them fish move back in here where they think the water's calm. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna stay down here today like I've been doing. The last few last few trips out, I've been staying down here even later, a few hours later, or about an hour later, packing up slowly and fishing to see if I catch any more that I can put on video. But also, I'm getting tired of trekking through this neck-high grass with the snakes out. We got copperheads up here and they don't play. I almost stepped on one the other day, so. And you can't see them in this, when the grass is up to your neck. So before the sun actually peaks up, I'm gonna be out of here. I plan on being home takes me about 15 minutes to walk home. It's gonna take me about 15 minutes to pack up. So yeah, I plan on being home by 8:30. Well, I say that, but I don't know what time it is now. I mean 7:30, I'm sorry. Be about 7:40 actually, but plan on being home by 7:40. Cause I forgot that I got started a little late. Then fish are starting to roll again. Starting to see them jump out here or roll out here in front of me again. But it's going to be slow. They're moving in real slow. Come on, fishies. Come on, fishy, fishy. At least give me a carp or something. I ain't caught one of them this year. I'm due. They're out there jumping, rolling again right here in front of us, but they ain't started hitting them yet again. Oh, quit laughing at me. I know it's funny. Everybody has a bad night. Hush it up. I'm about to put a hurting on that bird. Come on, fishies. We only got a few more minutes. I don't know why I just did that. I was gonna look at the forecast because I gotta walk home in this heat. And I was gonna look and see what the temperature was gonna be in the next hour or so, and it popped it up automatically, and I just closed it out. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna be home before 7:40. I'm gonna pack up faster than I've ever packed up in my life, because it's saying it's gonna be 71 at 7 a.m. and then 74 by 8 a.m., 78 by 9 a.m., 82 by 10 a.m., 86 by, yeah. I'm gonna be up out of here. Well, I got this dang jacket on and everything else, and I ain't trying to take it off to put it in the bag because that's just more weight that I gotta carry on my back. So yeah, I'm planning on being out here way before then. We've got, let's see here, 15, 16, 17 minutes. 17 minutes, y'all. You know what? Matter of fact, while we doing that, I'm gonna take my last nicotine break of the day and step off camera, and then I'm gonna start packing stuff up while we waiting. That way I ain't even gotta wait that long. Cause I can take all my, I ain't using all my lights and stuff. I can take all my lights and stuff down and put them in the bag and get my baits ready. And if we get a fishy, I'll be all good. Gotta pick up my trash. Tapping on the blue one. Come on. Don't tap it, take it. We're tired of watching y'all tap them all night. Take them. Now they're gonna tap the orange one. At least they're moving back in, y'all. That's how you can tell they're moving back in when they start getting tapped. But of course, here we go. We got another barge coming. Go figure. Now we spent the most of the night without barges. We've lucked out. We ain't had that many barges all night. Now they're gonna roll through here like crazy. Right when I need this water to calm down so I can get a pack up bite or something. Now out there tapping on that blue one, maybe that barge coming through will make him run with it. We shall see. What else came in? Ernie, you back in, brother? Hey, Slip, how's it going? I mean, I hope Chrissy does good, Ernie. Now, is Chrissy's tournament going to be online, Ernie? Is it going to be online? Now they're going to smack the orange rock. We're going to get some barge nibbles, y'all. Ain't going to be no barge bites. They're going to be barge nibbles. Yeah, Phillips the Waters channel. I had to check it out. That's what, Saturday? Hey, said it can't. That's what, next weekend? Not this weekend coming up, right? Because Chad's got a tournament this weekend on Lisabella's. Unless it's at different, it might be a different time. This is Chad we're talking about. This Saturday, okay. Is it a morning tournament or what? Because Chad's, I know Chad's fishing. That's evening, huh? Yeah, because I know Chad's fishing 5 o'clock in the afternoon till 10 at night. I wasn't going to do any tournaments this year. I said I was going to stay out of them. And then John did that couch tournament. I'm like, you know what? That just sounds like something I would do. Sit out there on the couch and go fishing. I got to do that one. And then I seen the one that Isabella and James are doing for the thing. So, okay. I'll be in there rooting for her. But yeah, I seen what James and Isabella was doing for the community and everything else. And I asked my wife, I said, what we got planned for Friday? She said, nothing that I know of. Why? I said, okay, I'll be fishing. I'm hoping this water levels out before then. And I'm not going to catch anything, but you know, at the same time, you know, they said they was 2 anglers short for Friday. So after I verified that I could do it, I contacted them, told them I'd come and do it. So I should be on there Friday. Okay. Oh, you're giving it to Dale because I already got Chad. getting a barge by a purple rod, y'all, I guarantee that's the smallest of all things. I wish I could get a cart. I'm due for one and I ain't got one yet. Alright, I'm gonna start packing up some of this stuff. Yeah, that's that barge going through. And he's kicking up some waves. Matter of fact, look at these waves. It's gonna get loud. I have to mute the mic because it's gonna get loud as soon as them waves get here. And that's what's killing my bite, y'all. That's what's killing my bite. Because the fish are coming out of the current. Fish are coming out of that current to get into the calm slack water over where I'm at. And then as soon as the water calms down and they start moving in, you see them start rolling. Barge comes through and causes a wake, and then they swim back out. Either you get a barge bite as soon as the barge goes through, or you don't get one until it calms back down. That's the way it usually works. So I'm gonna go ahead and start packing some of this stuff up. We got, what, 6 minutes? Or something smacking that purple rod. I don't think that's the wave. Actually, I'm gonna mute this, y'all, because it's getting ready to get loud. I got a wave coming about 6 foot tall. Y'all want to see some amazing redneck engineering? Here y'all go. Some amazing redneck engineering right there. That's how you make your light stand out. Hey, it works, and that thing ain't going nowhere. It works good. And it pulls out and puts it in your bag very easy. Other one's down here on the mudslide. Get it. Net. Get my grips, my tape. Yeah, like I said, I ain't playing today. I'm gonna have it be packed up real quick today. Get home before that heat kicks in. Bad about it is I gotta go home, straight home. When I get home, I gotta go home and put all my stuff back on charge. I don't even know why I pull them scales out. Half the time I don't even use them. Because unless it's over 10 or 15 pounds, I don't even mess with trying to weigh it. Alrighty. I'm about 50% packed up already, y'all. But it is rolling on that 7-hour mark. So I'm going to go ahead and end this live. I appreciate everybody for coming in and sticking around. And thank you for everybody that just left me running. So I had it look like somebody was in here at least. But I will catch y'all later. And don't forget that even if I don't show up, or even if they get somebody else to do it, don't forget that Chad's got that tournament Saturday. And then shortly after that, Lizabella and James Patrick from Anglerholics has a good tournament going on. So don't miss that. That's Friday and Saturday, 5 p.m. to 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. So make sure y'all check that out. That's going to be a good one. But I will catch y'all later.